All right, we're live. What's up? I'm 2 hours late, y'all. How's it going? Got my mojo working, but it just don't work on you. Got my mojo working, but it just don't work on you. So in love with your woman, I don't know what to do. I'm going down loose and I'm gonna get me a mojo hand. I'm going down loose and I'm gonna get me a mojo hand. I'm gonna have all you women right under my command. Got my mojo working. Got my mojo working. Got my mojo working. Got my mojo working. Got my mojo working, but it just don't work on you. Mojo working. Got my mojo working. Got my mojo working. Got my mojo working. Got my mojo working, but it just don't work on you. I got a gypsy woman giving me advice. I got a gypsy woman giving me advice. I got a whole lot of tricks keeping him all night. Got my mojo working. Got my mojo working. Got my mojo working. Got my mojo working. Got my mojo working, but it just don't work on you. What's up, y'all? A little late today. My computer's loud enough. There we go. This is hanging out with my daughter out of Kentucky today, and I just thought, you know, I might push this back to tomorrow, like to Thursday, and I just decided, no, I'll do it tonight. I got home at like 10 o'clock. I'll just do a 10:30 show and see if anybody shows up. So push it back 2 hours. Cut this music down a little bit. Cigarette time. Okay, who's in the house here? Dave 3 says, howdy Ed, what's up? Ron says, smoking. He says, how are you, brother? Doing pretty good, doing pretty good. Thought I might be doing a Thursday show, but I just decided to do a late show tonight. Late show with Ed Litterman. Frank Morgendorfer says, good morning, Ed. What's up? How you doing, man? And George Ordway says, aloha, Ed and Tom. What's up, man? How you doing? Ron says, hey, Frank. Jeffrey Albertson says, good evening, party people. And Ed, good evening to you. Let's see. Harpazo on the Horizon says, good evening, Ed. What's up, man? Jeffrey Albertson says, perfect day here in Atlanta. Been listening to Everybody Knows This Is Nowhere album by Neil Young and Crazy Horse on near repeat. Love the mini jam sessions and live feel. He did kind of have a loose feel to his records. Like, I think he just told the band to play. They all played off the floor probably. George Ordway says it'd be nice to get a skiffle lesson tonight. I don't think I know too much skiffle. Like I know they used to cover a lot of American songs and stuff. Yeah, it was like British, kind of half rock and roll, half folk or something. Frank Morgendorf says, hi, Ron. George says, oh, I just read that. Ron says, Mojo working is right. Appreciate that. He says, killed it. Robin Spangler says, greetings from Oregon. What's up, man? Greetings from South Carolina. Ron says, thanks for doing it tonight, Ed. Yeah, I had to get on here on the regular night, like different bat time, same bat station. You see my peeps on here? Where's my lighter? That one's dead. Burning up in here too. I didn't get a chance to cool it off in this place. Wonder how many people show up like doing a late show like this. We had a few people come in here Saturday night when I showed up late. George Ordway says, Jeffrey got up to 83 here in the Maine woods, mowing more lawn tomorrow. It's kind of a similar temperature here, like maybe like higher 80s. I mean, it felt good enough today to go walking and stuff. I went out, walking in the park here. You're hearing the muggy ass deep south. It was pretty humid down here. I've been riding around town all day. I'm actually going to be running sound Friday for somebody, not playing a gig, like running sound for a lady that used to sing backup for James Brown. If you don't know it, James Brown's like from around here, and one of his old backup singers has a band, and me and my buddy are gonna mic them all up and hopefully make them sound good. I'll cut on that air conditioner in a minute, man. Jeffrey Albertson says, very nice. George worked on a typewriter in the garage this evening, post dinner, a little muggy, not too bad. Gets cool quick when the sun dips. We'll all be scorched soon. Yeah. About getting into June and especially July and August, that like around here in the deep south, like that's when Mother Nature like unleashes her fucking fury, or the sun does at least. Yak Fishing says, finally it's Wednesday. What's up, man? How you doing? Ron says, I still do that sometimes once a month or so. Sound is enough anxiety for me these days. Yeah, I've done very few sound gigs in my life. Like, I tend to be the guy playing, but a buddy of mine got us into this. So. I'm good at it. I do my own sound. So. I'm kind of a studio guy, Ron says, who's playing? Someone you know? It's I cannot remember her name. Like it's my buddy's gig. Like I'm coming along because I've got like more equipment that he needs. And it's a lady that used to sing backup for James Brown. Like she's from this area. A big soul band, with like horns and all that stuff. Probably why he called me, because it probably needs extra microphones. I got enough SM57s to probably fill it out. Damn, it's burning up in here. I usually run the air conditioner a few hours before I do these shows, but I just rolled into the house at like 10 o'clock and fuck it, I'll set up a show for 10:30. Yak Fishing says, I found your channel last week. Been watching old videos like crazy, man. Might have found me a home here. Love what you're doing here, Ed. Very unique channel. I'm over in Hotlanta, bro. Oh, welcome to the show, man. Glad you could show up. Chan Bayless says, hi, Ed. James Brown, hardest working man in show business. King of them all, y'all. He was quite a character. Like, I spotted him like a couple times around here. sharing the town with him was quite interesting. But, George Ordway says, any SM81s? I think I got none of those. There's some 57s. Yak Fishing says, thank you, friend. You're welcome, man. George Ordway says, hey, welcome, Yak. Sip of water here before we move on to the good stuff. Didn't even turn my freaking background lighting on. Gotta set the mood, you know. Ron says getting instruments all like that all mic'd up and right and sounding good can be a challenge. Yeah, yep. I think a 57 can handle a horn pretty good. Kind of made for that type of thing. Ron says Ed is a cool dude. I appreciate that, man. Anyway, let's see. Still got the same guitar from Saturday out here. Didn't have time to change guitars. The background music here. Not even tuned. Bring me my shotgun. Lightning bound to go shooting again. Bring me my shotgun. Lightning bound to go shooting again. Well, shoot old lady, messing around too many men. Bring me my shotgun. Long in a pocket full of shells. Bring me my shotgun. Lord, in a pocket full of shells. Shoot an old lady, throw her down in that deep dug well. She said, Lightning, you ain't gonna shoot me right now. I just dare you to try. She said, Lightning, you ain't gonna shoot me right now. I just dare you to try. I don't shoot you right now, my double-barrel shotgun just won't fire. All right, Lightning Hopkins out of Houston, Texas. Yak Fishing says, when you get to playing, I'm going to put one on you. An artist I've not heard mentioned on here, and so is often overlooked. A guitar as a guitar player, sadly. All right, lay it on me. See if I've heard of it. Thanks for leaving those links there, Ron. Appreciate that. You got a link to the Patreon, like you can join up. You got exclusive content on there. And let's see. George Ordway says, just sent my address. Appreciate it, brother. All right. Cool. Ron's, so he leaves the PayPal link. Yeah, I got a PayPal. You can leave me a super chat if you enjoy the show. You know, feel like tipping me and stuff. I don't monetize these shows with ads. So a super chat or a PayPal donation would be much appreciated. Yak Fishing says, can't find the like button. Should be below the video, like a little thumbs up thing. And George explained it to him. George says, busting out the AKG. He's talking about some headphones there. Let's see. Ron leaves a link to the Facebook page. Yeah, y'all joined the Facebook page. I had to open a new one because my old one got hacked and I got locked out of it. So, yeah, I'm trying to build back a following on there. Ron says, that thing sounds so good. That's a good sounding guitar. George Ordway says, great tone. Now I can hear the room. Cool. Richard Allen Taylor says, spontaneous improvisations. Oh, no, that's part of his name. He says, the bus stopped by. I'm along for the ride. Welcome to the show, man. Yak Fishing says, Luther Allison, bro. I don't really know none of his stuff. I had to learn some. J1 says, Lightning and Towns Van Zant were friends. Okay, I didn't know that. Yep, Lightning learned from Blind Lemon Jefferson. He was like the first country blues singer to, make a ton of money and stuff, or at least be successful. Blackie Ted says, how many guitars you got? That's a good question. I couldn't tell you. Probably somewhere around 20, maybe. Like, every time I count them, I forget how many. I got too many for my wife, I'll tell you that. It's like, well, when you gonna sell some of your guitar? Never! We're getting a few people in here now. You got to be this late. Yeah, the normal time is, most of y'all should know, I think by now, is 8:30 on Wednesday night. Got pushed back a couple hours tonight. George says, oh brother, where art thou? Great movie. That was a good movie. It kind of mirrors the Odyssey. They kind of wrote it to be like the Odyssey, like the Bible salesman with the eye patch. He was supposed to be like the Cyclops, that beat the shit out of him and stuff. And they had the sirens on there, and the chick singing. George says, great reason. I believe they even thanked Homer in the credits. Like if you watch the end credits, it says written by such and such and Homer. But I feel like doing a shot. What do y'all think? It's been a long time. That damn studio light showing my gray hair. Since I've been gone. It's fucking old. Blackie Ted says, My wife is such a bad cook, we pray after we eat.
Since I've been gone.
Yeah, I never had that problem. Ron says I can do one in 10 minutes driving home. Okay. You can drink and drive. Come on, drinking and driving is awesome. No. George Ordway says, Jessam Crow, Blackie. Not familiar with that one. Ron says, do one for me and I can catch up. Oh, I'll wait till you get home, man.
The telephone.
Driving around at 11 o'clock at night. No, he's behind me in time. He's like kind of out west. Yeah, that's right.
Lord, I called you, babe.
Ron says, have Jamesons in my truck. Hey, that's a good one. I wish I had some Jameson. Well, I got some scotch tonight.
I couldn't get no answer. I'm wondering where you've been gone.
Got this damn bottle of Ardbeg and some crappy rum. It says 7:50 p.m. Oh, okay. It was early for you. Okay. Yes, almost 11 o'clock here. The patented Ed Phillips shot glass. Okay, yeah, get that ready. Got a couple of beers. Got some nice Scotch whiskey.
I've been out so long.
Yak Fishing says, "What amp are you using that Epi you threw?" That is a Fender Super Champ X2 right there. It's just a small, practice amp. It's a tube amp. Use it at some gigs, actually. Ron says I'm up to 3 a.m. usually, so my sense of time is crazy anyway. I'm the same way. I go to bed at like 4 in the morning. Like you do all these gigs and stuff, it kind of throws you off,
See all of my good friends.
I was trying to get out of that habit, like, because I hate like waking up at noon. Yeah, no luck so far. Richard Allen Taylor says, could use a shot of Freddie King. I'll do that for you. All right. Smoke this thing here. George Ordway says, working in New Orleans, just had to hit the cocktail drive-through a couple of times. There was so much car paint on that cement wall, we had to laugh out loud. The cocktail drive-through. Yeah, that's how crazy New Orleans is, man. they don't care down there. Like Bourbon Street, that's probably the #1 place to get like hammered, right? Ron Swanson says, me too, but it didn't stick. It sucks getting your sleep schedule all messed up. J1 says, I got so drunk on gin one time that if I smell gin, I get high. I did like gin for me is like a tradition when I get sick. Like if I get like a bad cold, I'll buy like a bottle of Beefeater or something like that and drink some gin. I don't know why.
Why I live the way I do.
Yak says, y'all ain't ready for Freddie, folks. Hope they are about to play one.
But if the creek don't rise.
Ron says, we have a liquor store drive-through in my small town. Yeah, I believe we have one liquor store here that has a drive-through where you can, just get handed a bottle of whiskey out the window. Not cocktails, though. Stephen Schutte says, hey there, late start from Colorado. What's up, man? Yeah, I got a 2-hour late start tonight. Had a long day.
After the sun goes down, baby. In the evening time. After the sun
I was at a prayer meeting. Yeah, right. Ron says, seems that I'm breaking the law, LOL. Yeah, if I got a bottle of liquor in the truck, or the Jeep that I drive, like that thing's going like in the back where nobody will see it, even if it's sealed shut. George says cocktails in NOLA. Good old New Orleans. Yak Fishing says, oh man, I can't stand the smell of gin. Bad experience. And it 40 years back. Yeah, the gin will do it to you, man. Like you'll taste it the next morning, like every time you burp. Stephen Shooty says, drinking Corona Dark now. I didn't know they had a Corona Dark. Damn. No, they had like a dark Modelo. Ron says, I always feel like I'm doing something wrong. Right. Got to break a few laws here and there. So it's probably not too hard to break the law in Canada. Like, Gag Fishing says, me too, Ron. J1 says, are the liquor stores in South Carolina still painted polka dots? Right, the big red dot. That's what tells you there's a liquor store in South Carolina. I don't know where that comes from. There must be some law. You just see like a big red circle. And that tells you there's a liquor store there. What am I doing here? They can't sell beer in the liquor store here either. They can sell like liquor and wine. We got one store here that sells all three, but the beer is in a different room, like a completely separate room. Ron says, I live out in the country, but there's like one a mile and a half from my house. Oh, we got them all over the place here. Yak says, Guinness Extra Stout in glass for me. Great for fishing, too. Okay, you got good stuff there, yeah. I like me some Guinness. Let's do some Freddie King. Ron says they sell hard and cold beer here, or hot and cold beer? Let's do this one. And George says, I had my first bad experience with tequila. Did shots with all my friends. Half and a fifth in an hour. New to drinking. Took me 10 years to enjoy it again. I think my first bad experience was probably with like Jim Beam or something like that. Cable out of my way. All right, Freddie King. Here we go. so Freddie King, Hideaway there. Supposedly the story with that song is that bands in Chicago back in those days used to use that tune to open up their sets, and Freddie King like went ahead and recorded it and had a hit with it. I think I might have got some lyrics to a few Freddie King songs up until recently. Yeah. Might play Have You Ever Loved a Woman later. Adam K says here in Ontario, Canada, got a beer store, ICBO, and a convenience store can get booze at. Yeah, you won't find liquor in a convenience store here. You'll find beer and maybe some wine. Got to go specifically to the liquor store to get liquor here. Can't get it at the grocery store either. The J1 says 2020 wine, and I still got the runs. Oh, you talking about Mad Dog MD 2020? Yeah, I had a bad experience with that when I was like 18. And that's the one and only time I ever drank it. Yak Fishing says, you come through Atlanta, I'll buy you some Guinness, bro. Oh, my first bad was Early Times, then Southern Comfort. Yeah, I had a good one on Southern Comfort too. Yep. Might come through Atlanta one of these days. Actually, I'll be in Atlanta first week of June. I'm going to see Metallica. Yeah, I forgot about that. See if I got time to hang out and stuff. Like we get a bar up there or something. Yeah, Southern Comfort. I bought a bottle of that like probably in my early 20s, like not really knowing what it was. I thought it was like just whiskey. And I bought it and I drank it and I was like, whoa, this is like syrup, man. Me and my buddy polished it off and got kicked out of the house. George Ordway says, King is fire. Appreciate that. Frank Morgendorfer says, great sounding guitar. Appreciate it, man. That is a good sounding guitar. You know, the mini humbuckers on it. They got like a more focused sound. Yak Fishing says, when I do a few of these days, it's going to be Knob Creek. That's some good stuff. Yeah, I like some Knob Creek. Adam K says in Ontario here we can get beer at the liquor store, we can get beer at convenience store, but no liquor. Yeah, that's pretty much. Let me make sure I got it right there. Beer at the liquor store. Yeah, you can't get beer at the liquor store here. It's weird, unless it's in a separate, like totally separate room. Yak Fishing says, Edward, ever use a telly? Yeah, I played plenty of tellies. I never owned one. I was never that big on them really. I could never get rid of that hee-haw sound, you know. Ron says, mine is at a convenience store too. And Yak Fishing says, Morgan David, LOL. John Purdy says, I graduated from beer a few years ago. I always kept it around, you know, because I brewed all my life. Yak Fishing says, very cool. Ron says, Southern Comfort will make you sick as fuck. Yeah. Too sweet, man. It tastes like peach syrup. I drank it that one time. And it was Janis Joplin like it. I guess it's pretty good, you know. George Ordway says, growing up we had blue laws, and to get liquor you had to go to the state-run store. Yeah, we still got blue laws here. It's like here in South Carolina, yep. Can't get anything on Sunday. But you can get beer on Sunday in certain places, but no liquor. Stephen Schutte says, Colorado's getting so far left, you can buy all kinds of alcohol at grocery stores except whiskey. Huh. Yeah, can't get whiskey at the grocery store here, like any kind of liquor. Ron says, I drank it when I was young to share it with the ladies. Yeah, chicks like it. Talking about Southern Comfort. Ron says, Knob Creek is good stuff, man. Yeah, that's a good liquor. I believe they're owned by Jim Beam. And I probably wouldn't drink another bottle of Jim Beam like if they had that stuff like for sale on Sunday around here and you couldn't get anything else. Yak Fishing says, oh, Ron, bro, Comfort is no joke. You drink it, it slowly catches up. My favorite is 1952 Esquire Original. God, I look. Okay, he's talking about like a Telly style fender there. A 1952 Esquire. That man, that's got to be worth some money right there. That's what Sid Barrett played. He played an Esquire. Put mirrors all over it. Yak Fishing says, "Yeah, man, that creek is the real deal." Oh yeah, I drank a few bottles of that. Thomas Newberry says, "We have rum here in Oz, Australia. Bundaberg rum. That'll get you banned from a festival for life." True story. Sounds like you've had that experience. At Bundaberg. See, I thought rum was like more of an American / British thing, or like a Caribbean thing, I guess. Which I kind of get it with Australia, because Australia is like a, bit more British than we are. And we broke off like longer ago, so I can see how people can like some rum down there. Stephen Schutte says, "Shot time? Hey, let's go ahead and do one. Are you home yet, Ron?" Ron says, "Then Yak must love that treble." Oh yeah, a lot of treble in the Telecaster. Yak Fishing says, "It's worth a lot. I have the original strap, capo, pick, and strings from the era as well. The case is in great shape too." You can put new strings on it. That won't detract from the value or nothing. Ron says, "Let's do a shot." All right. Let me my Ardbeg here, Ardbeg Scotch. Since it's 11 o'clock already, might as well give y'all a choice and let y'all vote between Scotch and corn liquor. So we got the Ardbeg Islay single malt Scotch right here, smoky stuff. Then we got some stuff from the Smoky Mountains. This Tennessee corn liquor right here. So y'all tell me Scotch or corn.
Bring out the good stuff, Lord, you gotta let it flow. Drive me crazy all through the week. Give me some of that liquor from down on the
Yak Fishing says, "Oh, I did, LL. Just have a pack from the era." Oh, okay, that's cool, man. I bet them things are thick as hell too, aren't they? The 1950 strings. Frank votes for Ardbeg, votes for Scotch. George Ordway says, "Ever watched the Black Sails series? Lots of rum and safe ports for the pirates." Never seen that. Don't watch a lot of TV, actually. Watch more YouTube than anything else. Stephen Schutte votes for corn, so we got one vote for Scotch, one vote for corn. Yak says, "Ron, if I told you the story, you wouldn't believe it, brother." Another vote for corn, another vote for Scotch. We're still tied. Stephen Schutte says, "Hit the like button, guys." Yeah, y'all hit that like button, subscribe, share, do all that good stuff. And Ron says, "No reason to doubt you, man." Turn this air conditioner on for a second. Dying in here. Ron votes for corn. Okay, corn's winning. So, barring any further votes, I think corn wins by one vote. So y'all are going to subject me to some damn corn liquor. Get the night off. Get the night off to a good start. Ron says, "We're fixing to hurt you a little." Yeah. And then Thomas votes for corn. The band Corn with a K. Stephen Schutte says, "We're at 39 degrees now." Wow, it's been like 85 here all day. Up there in the hills in Colorado. All right. We go from the patented Ed Phillips shot glass, available below in the merch link. 120 proof this stuff is. It'll get you. Where'd I put the top to it? All right, Kim Pie, cheers. L'chaim, all that good stuff, Slanka. Bottoms up. Woo! Moonshine face. Ron says Stephen's weather seems to be similar to mine every time, so it's cold as hell up there too in Western Canada. Thomas says, got the life, corn. And Stephen Shitty says, running my heater now. Damn. Yeah, I'm running my air conditioner if you can hear it. Steven says, wife is always cold. Yeah. Mine keeps it like 80 degrees in my house, and I can't handle that. So I got like a mini split in my room, and I keep it like 62 in there. Martian Murray says, we broke 100 degrees today. Damn. It got up like kind of high 80s here. And George Ordway says, I had a year or so of 151. Used to breath the bonfires. Are you talking about like the 151 Bacardi? Yeah, I got some Bacardi down here. I don't drink rum straight usually. Like I just mostly use it for cocktails.
Show me how to rock and roll.
Let's see. Heike Timonin says, have you ever tasted single malt? He retracted the message. Yak Fishing says, I got in at a pre-estate sale, Ron. I didn't realize that year. Took it to Grunin in Tennessee. He gave me the rundown. Are you talking about Grun? George Grun? Like, tried to take it back to her because it was worth way more than I paid. She said, no way. I met George Grun. Stay tuned. Heike says, single malt whiskey, is it familiar? Yeah, I drink single malt all the time. Oh yeah. Drink a lot of that stuff. George Ordway says, yep, rum had to just sip every now and then. Always went down hot. It can get kind of fiery, yeah. Ron says, cheers. Yeah, Stephen, my wife runs the heater 9 months of the year. Cost a lot of money to run a heater, too.
'cause she bears another man's name. You just love that woman so much it's a shame and a sin. You just love that woman so much it's a shame and a sin. Yes, you know, baby, she belongs to your very best friend. Have you ever loved a woman? You know you can't leave her alone. You ever loved a woman? One that you know you can't leave her alone. Something deep inside you won't let you wreck your best friend home.
All right, first time playing that one on the show, I believe, here. Freddie King, Have You Ever Loved a Woman? So that's 2 in a row from Freddie King right there. Let's see what y'all got for me in the chat. Yak Fishing says, what exactly is that Epi, Edward? Sounds nice. It's a Riviera. It's like made like a Riviera from the 60s. Black Hole Ford says, dang, appreciate that. Dominique Spiotto says, good stuff, appreciate that, man. Heike says, nice sound, thank you very much. George Ordway says, Basil, great stuff. Thank you very much, man. Ron Swanson says, it's an Epiphone Riviera, right. Got it on clearance for like $500. It was an impulse buy. Russell's Honor says, it's shiny. Yeah, taking good care of it so far. I haven't dinged it up too much. Yak Fishing says, oh, no wonder. Sorry, I'm a gearhead. Love this stuff. The Black Hole Ford says, have you ever heard something so amazing it makes you want to just sit down and shut up? Damn, appreciate it, dude. And Ron says, get it, no doubt, Black Hole Forge. Ron Ordway says, I had a friend who took a time out one year when all he got was liqueur for Christmas. It was our version of an intervention. We laughed about it for years afterwards. Yeah, liqueur, like all that sweet stuff, that'd make me puke, man. Always did. Ron says, an old mentor of mine used to say, put your lip over this and watch. Right. Never heard that one. Frank says, bravo, appreciate it. Ron says, smooth, thank you very much. Stephen Schutte says, very nice on the Freddie King tune. Thank you, man. Ron says he meant booze, not his dick. Yes. Let me see. Let's see. Yak Fishing says 500 well spent. Yeah, that thing does sound really good. It's got like mini humbuckers in it, and they kind of sound like a little more tight than like regular, big old PAFs. Thomas Newberry says, I sat down and shut up once, then I got bored. Right. Ron says, go with your gut then, Ed. It was dead on. I appreciate that, man. My siding up here is all wet. Okay, that sucks. I mean, my paneling, it rained like hell the other day. The juke joint's getting leaky. Yak Fishing says, yes, they do, and with a little amp, it sounds huge, That's a really good sounding amp to be that small. It's basically a practice amp. I have used it at gigs, though. Yak Fishing says, Edward, who's your favorite player, bro? On guitar, probably Jimi Hendrix, and for like old blues, I'd probably say Robert Johnson or maybe Blind Blake. Dehydrated today. So what y'all got for me here? I think I might grab me a beer, actually. All right, Miller time. Ron says Blind Blake was a pure talent, no doubt. He says, I'm always requesting him. I can do some Blind Blake. Be just a second. Adam K says, ever played a Fender Blues Junior amp? I got one and love it. Yeah, I've got one. Like the input's getting kind of wonky on it, but yeah, I've been using that a lot actually. It's got like a tweed design on it. It's not like the black one. It's like like a yellow tweed type of thing on it. Steven Schutte says people don't realize how much blues was in Jimmy's sound. Yeah, he was like brought up on that stuff, Sounds like he listened to a bit of Albert King, maybe. Like the way Albert King used to do those bends. George says, Pennsylvania in the house. Saw you got a bit of rain. Levy in you. How about both versions? That's a great listen. I did some window levy breaks. All right, let's play a couple. Black Hole Ford says, Stagger Lee, I can do that. Yak Fishing says, like old Magic Sam, too. Yeah, probably listen to some of him. All right, so we got 3 songs here. All right. What was that first one? Blind Blake. Ron sends a Canadian $6.99. I appreciate that super chat very much, man. Super chats are the life of the show. He says some Diddy Wah Diddy, please. All right, that's the Blind Blake song he wants to hear. All righty. Yeah, y'all feel like tipping me or anything like that? Like send me a super chat. like, the little money sign down below the chat there, or send a PayPal donation, I'll take those too. I do appreciate those a lot. I don't put ads on these shows, so. This thing tuned. Haven't had a chance to tune everything. Some difficult ass Blind Blake. Here we go. It's a great big mystery, and it sure is wearing me. This did it, Walt did it. This did it, Walt did it. I wish somebody would tell me what did it, Walt did it mean. Got a girl about 4 feet 4. Said, now can I have some more? Yo, did it, Walt did it. That did it, Walt did it. I wish somebody would tell me what did it, Walt did it mean. I got out and I looked around. Somebody said, now look who's in town. Mr. Did it, Walt did it. Mr. Did it, Walt did it. I wish somebody would tell me what did it, Walt did it mean. I went to church with my hat on the seat. The girl said, Daddy, you sure is sweet. Mr. Did it, Walt did it. Mr. Did it, Walt did it. I wish somebody would tell me what did it, Walt did it mean. Said, sister, I'll soon be gone, but give me that thing you sitting on. That did it, Walt did it. That did it, Walt did it. I wish somebody would tell me what did it, Walt did it mean. Then I got put out of church for talking about did it, Walt did it too much. That did it, Walt did it. Mr. Did it, Walt did it. I wish somebody would tell me what did it, Walt did it mean. Some old stuff from the 1920s, Blind Blake right there. Diddy Walt Diddy. Then we got one for When the Levee Breaks and Stack of Lee. All right. Original version by Memphis Minnie and Kansas Joe McCoy. Nope, wrong fret here. If it keeps on raining, the levee's gonna break. If it keeps on raining, the levee's gonna break. The water's gonna come and we'll have no place to stay. All last night I sat on the levee and moaned. Well, all last night I sat on the levee and moaned, thinking about my baby and my happy home. Keeps on raining, the levee's gonna break. If it keeps on raining, the levee's gonna break. And all these people have no place to stay. Look at it, mama, and what am I to do? Well, look at mama, and what am I to do? Ain't got nobody to tell my troubles to. Well, crying won't help you now, praying won't do you no good. Well, crying won't help you now, praying won't do you no good. When the levee breaks, mama, you got to lose. Well, I worked on that levee, mama, both night and day. I worked on the levee, mama, both night and day. I worked so hard to keep that water away. Well, I had a woman, now she wouldn't do for me. Well, I had a woman, she wouldn't do for me. Well, I'm going back to my used to be. Well, I mean old Debbie now taught me to weep and moan. Well, I mean old Debbie now taught me to weep and moan. Taught me to leave my baby and my happy home. A little bit of when the levee breaks there. Let's see. Louise sends me $20 super chat, like a R20. Not quite sure what denomination of currency that is, but thank you very much for that super chat, man. I appreciate that a lot. He says, "Spoonful of blues, please sing." I'll do that for you. All right. Thank you very much. Super chats are the life of the show. I do appreciate those. Then we'll do some. We'll play that. We'll play some Stack of Lee. Get out the old reso here. This also not tuned. Well, first, Louise, do you mean Charlie Patton's Spoonful or Spoonful by Howlin' Wolf, like in Willie Dixon? Which one do you mean there? And while he's responding to me, I'll play Stack of Lee. Two little babies and a darling loving wife. Oh, that bad man. Oh, Carew, Stack of Lee. What do I care about your two little babies and your darling loving wife? You done stole my Stetson hat and I'm bound to take your life. Oh, that bad man. Oh, Carew, Stack of Lee. Billy Delaney was lying on the floor. Oh, that bad, bad Pokeroo stack of leaves. Gentlemen of the jury, what do you think of that? Stack of Lee shot Billy DeLine about a $5 Stetson hat, and that bad, bad Pokeroo stack of Lee. They all gathered round, hands held up high, and when they killed him, they was glad to see him die. Oh, that bad, bad Pokeroo stack of Lee. Oh, that bad man Pokeroo stack of Lee. There's a Mississippi John Hurt right there. Now, Louise, the gentleman who sent me the last super chat, can you tell me if you want to hear Spoonful by Charlie Patton or Spoonful by Howlin' Wolf? Like, which version of that? Like Spoonful of Blues, I think he might mean Charlie Patton. Yeah. Ordway says, glad you got your full voice back. I appreciate that, man. Yeah, it came back eventually. All right, let's do Spoonful of Blues. Let's see here. I assume that's the one he wanted me to play. Is a spoonful, baby. Oh, you know I need that. Would you kill a man dead? Yes, I will. All about these women going crazy every day of their life about put men's in parchment, doing lifetime. All about a spoonful, baby. Oh, you know I need that. They doctors dying way in Hot Springs. All about oh, me. I'm a fool about that. Don't take me long how to get my baby. Oh, you know I need my. It's all I want in this creation is I go home, get up, wanna fight all about her. Gonna slap the judge all about her. These women going crazy every day of their life about her. Put men's in parchment, doing lifetime. All about baby. Oh, you know I need that. All down. Oh yeah, get up, wanna fight about her. That men's in parchment. All about
about women going crazy every day that life out of. Would you kill a man dead? Yes, I will. All about oh, babe. Oh, you know I need my.
All right, Spoonful of Blues by Charlie Patton. I hope that's the one he was asking about. Pretty old one there, about 1929 that one came out. Leland Tore Down sends me a $2 super chat. I appreciate that very much, man. Thank you for that super chat. Much obliged to you, man. Yet to take a sip of my beer yet. Let's see what we got here. Stephen Schutte says, that'll be played at my funeral. I think he was talking about Stack of Lee. George says, great lesson the other night when you replaced your strings. Possible content. Yeah, I should do maybe I should do a string replacement video. Like so many people have probably done that. I don't know. Ron says, a lot of oppression in Colorado. Ron says, that Blind Blake with some crispy picking, brother. Thank you very much, man. Yak Fishing says, does that epi know Train or Flirting with Disaster? I have mostly retired from playing Southern rock after, a 25-year career playing live, but I'll tell you what, I'll do the riff from Train for you. let me see here.
I'm still trying to stay in tune.
Wait a minute. Disconnected my camera. It happens sometimes. Let's try that again. There we go. I'm back. Come on. There I am. Okay.
Take me on out of this town. Train. Well, take me on out of this town. That woman I've been loving, she ran me down.
Yeah, that's Train right there. Played it with a few bands back in the day. Leland Tore Down says, what is that little parlor guitar? That electric you played the other day? The parlor guitar is it's called a Marquette by Lyon and Healy. It's about 120 years old or so. The electric I played the other day, that's the one I just had, the Epiphone Riviera. Let's see, George Ordway says, how about something funny, Big Bottoms, or off the Black album, Spinal Tap. See, big bottom, blah, 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 my girl's got 'em. I don't think I know it, though. It's a good movie. Louise says, very top. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Yak Fishing says, okay, thank you. Love hearing others play it. That epi will rip this song, I bet. And Louise says, I'm of Brazil. My English is not good. My English isn't very good either, actually. I'm from the South, Glad that was the right spoonful there. Yak Fishing says, Jesus, that little rig sounds damn good, bro. Yes, it's got different voices on it and stuff. It's a tube amp, but it's got like modeling stuff in there. You know, you can model different amps with it. And Leland says, just had a knee replacement last month. Sort of fucked up a little. Oh, okay, yeah. That'll put you out. Hope you get better from that, man. And Yak Fishing says, I run a telly through a pig nose via OCD pedal. You wouldn't believe the tone where people trip out when they see what's behind the curtain. Do that live? Like a pig nose is pretty small, isn't it? And he says, get better soon, Leland. Stephen Schutte says, Ricky Medlock and Train still timeless. What else made the radio... oops, he retracted it. Make sure I don't disconnect this camera again. Ron Swanson says, shot? Yeah, we'll do a shot. Alright, alright, we got Ardberg, single malt, smoky ass Islay Scotch whiskey. And we've got a bottle of Bacardi Black here. Y'all tell me which one, rum or scotch. So we got like about a $9 bottle of liquor and a $50 bottle of liquor. Ron votes for scotch. Yak Fishing says, yes, they're small amps, but yes, sometimes I pull it on stage because my main amps are much bigger. I just use it for kicks and giggles. Oh, okay. And Yak says, go black, bro. So he votes for the rum. Leland votes for $50, so he means the scotch. So we got, let's see. We got 2-1 for scotch. Stephen Schutte says, Train, still timeless when you look at it. When you look at what not been produced. Another couple of votes for rum. Black Hole Ford says rum. Stephen Schutte says rum. Rum winning so far. George says the birds, dealer's choice. Leland says thanks. Yak. George says rum. Okay, y'all are going to subject me to Bacardi rum tonight. Something I don't usually like drink straight, you know. I only drink it when I'm gay. Louise says George Patton, spoonful of blues. I mean Charlie Patton. Yak Fishing says I miss old Danny Joe Brown too. Looks like rum is going to win this one. Let's do the rum. What's the proof on this? That's just 40%. Okay, like 40% 80 proof. Yeah. And Louise says Charles Patton. Sorry. All right. Pour a little bit into the Ed Phillips Blue shot glass. All right. Stephen Schutte says commercial radio won't play blues, which is bullshit. Yeah, about the best you can do is get Sirius XM and get the blues channel on there, and half of that is basically like rock, you know. Ron says gross, Bacardi is rough, neat. Yeah, I can't believe they voted for that. I was thinking Scotch was going to win, but here we go. You know, down the hatch, Kim Pi, L'chaim, Saludos, cheers, all that good stuff. Bottoms up. Wow. Yak Fishing says, shit, I need to be better prepared next Wednesday. You and Ron are killing it. Yeah, we do a little drinking on here, you know. Yak says, dude, come to Atlanta. There are no good stations on the radio. Yeah, we don't got no good stations here either. There is one station I play in the car now since my Sirius XM subscription ran out. It's like a soul station from Waynesboro, Georgia. I can barely pick it up. That's what I keep it on. Ron says, I'd rather drink that shine. Right, yeah. Yeah, rum, I never liked it straight. Ron says, cheers. Ken Gray says, I'm doing High West Double Rye 96 proof. Don't think I've ever had that. Rye is interesting. It's got kind of like a spicy, kind of, I don't know, weird, like peppery taste to it, you know. George says, just a tad of Coca-Cola changes it. Sorry for the vote. Yeah, I should have brought some Coca-Cola out here. I could mixed it with the rum. Or Coca-Cola, as they call it in these parts. That's like the generic word for every soft drink, like, at least for older folks around here. Like, bring me a Coca-Cola. Ron says, that'll put hair on your knuckles. Right. He says, you're right, George. Rum and Coke's good. Or rum, Coke, and Coke. Yak Fishing says, my grandpa used to making run shine, Ron, up in West Virginia. My mom quit school in 6th or 7th grade to run shine for him. Oh, yeah. But me and Ron have talked about this. We're both experienced with making a little bit of liquor at home in the game of Minecraft, at least hypothetically. I used to make it with my dad in Minecraft. And Louise says, very good. Obrigado, amigo. Thank you very much, man. Ron says, I was at a bar in the Dominican Republic and they had better rum on tap than we get here. I heard rum is like really, really cheap on some of those islands. I knew a guy that used to run like fishing boats down there, like for tourists. Like he'd take people deep sea fishing. He was like the skipper of a boat. And he used to go to some of those Caribbean islands. He was in this one place, and they had a bottle of rum and a bottle of Coke on the counter, and they said, "Don't use too much of that Coke. Like that Coke's expensive. Like the rum was so cheap. It was like it's like $1 a damn bottle or something." And Ken Gray says, High West is a good intro to rye, not too spicy. Oh, okay. Good. I had this mess back here. This Pendleton rye, 12-year-old Pendleton rye from Canadian rye whiskey. This stuff was really good. I enjoyed this bottle. See, Leland tore down, says, I got to take a Norco and lie down. Oh, all right, man. Well, you have a good one, man. George Ordway says, it's crazy. Over the air, music is disappearing. Yeah, I mean, the radio's all corporatized and all that good stuff. And they only play, like, the damn most requested hits and all that. Totally not geared for music people. Ron Swanson says, yeah, the original Coke with actual Coke was probably mind-blowing mixed with rum. Yeah, that would have been interesting right there. You've been up all night drunk. Yak Fishing says, Ron said it will put hair on your knuckles. Solution, get drunk enough to where you can't stand up. Knuckles will drag the ground. Hair gone by morning. That sounds like a solution. Black Hole Ford says, what if I was to say that hypothetically, I know the hills of West Virginia very well? Okay, yeah, he's been doing some hypothetical brewing up there in the up there in the mountains. Ron says, Yeah, a good 26 bottle of rum was like $5. Cool, cool. Ron says, good point, Yak. He says, I like the new guy. This guy's sounding pretty cool here. Yak says, be good, Leland. Ron says, not to single you out, Yak. Yak says, a lot of Ren. Tristan Graff says, rye whiskey, I cry. Give me a rye whiskey before I die. That old song there. Ron says, popcorn and the old timers. Yeah, he made him a few gallons. Still got the empty bottle of his stuff that's like supposed to be his recipe that came from Gatlinburg. The popcorn Sutton. Yak Fishing says, oh hell, if my old crew had the original Coke, they would have made ice cubes and tried to snort them. Like just shaved ice or something, you know. Yak Fishing says, Black Hole, what part of West Virginia, bro? Ron says, making whiskey and stills up here is as old as the country. Boom days were during your prohibition. Right, yeah. Like about half the damn whiskey was coming from Canada during prohibition. They were like driving that shit like across the lakes and stuff when it was frozen. That's probably why Canadian whiskey is so popular here now. It probably has something to do with prohibition. So I've met like way more Crown Royal drinkers than I've met Jack Daniels drinkers. Ken Gray says, how about those ship-aged whiskeys? I haven't heard about those. I have to check those out. Ron says, it was worth so much to you Yanks that you could hardly get a bottle here then. Well, they kind of had prohibition laws in Canada at the same time too, but they still allowed like distillers to export it, you know, with quotes, export, right? Black Hole Ford says, on the edge of Lincoln and Kanawha. See, George Ordway says, Beverly Hillbillies and Dukes of Hazzard in you tonight. I don't really know the Dukes of Hazzard song all the way through, but I can do some Beverly Hillbillies for you. Maybe fuck up some banjo. Black Hole Ford says, pronounced Cawnaw. Oh, okay. Let me grab the banjo. Yak Fishing says, shoot up in West Virginia, you drive through Campbell's Creek, Oak Hill, you can still smell the whiskey brewing. I bet they had plenty up there in the mountains. Yeah. Cut this air conditioner off for a second. Got to locate all my banjo picks. Takes 3 of them. Put all this junk here on my desk. I'm a messy man. Where the hell are my banjo picks? Okay, not under the record player. Gotta find one more. I don't know what happens to those damn things. Like a little scavenger hunt here. Some bitch. Oh, they're back there. Okay. Ron says, yeah, but there's hardly any law anyway back here than for that kind of thing. Oh yeah, he's out there in the country. Yak says, I'm from Connaught, bro. Tristan Graff says, I'm drinking scotch at the moment, blended, but yet I find the alcohol is a mean mistress. Beverly Hillbillies. Let's see. These picks straight. I ain't no banjo picker, but, you know, we'll go for it here. Listen to my story about a man named Jed. Poor mountaineer, barely kept his family fed. Then one day he was shooting at some food, and up through the ground come a bubbling cool. All that is black gold, Texas tea. The first thing you know, old Jed's a millionaire. Ken folks said, Jed, move away from there. Said California is the place you ought to be, so he loaded up the truck and moved to Beverly Hills, that is. Swimming pools, movie stars. About the extent of my banjo playing skills there. Stephen Schutte says, my older brother turned me onto chess blues recordings out of Chicago. Good material. Yeah, that's all the old Muddy Waters stuff and the old Howlin' Wolf stuff. Yeah, the chess records. Little bit of banjo picking there. You know, guitar is my instrument, but I can pick a little bit of banjo. Get the background music started here. And by the way, if you appreciate what I'm doing here, like, please consider sending me a tip via Super Chat or even a PayPal donation. Like, I'll take those. You know, appreciate those very much. I don't really monetize these with ads or nothing like that. Let me look through the chat here. Don't think I can read all these. Yak Fishing says, get her done, Ed. Appreciate that, man. Tristan Graff says, I I just made a broiled sandwich with andouille sausage and queso fresca on a hoagie bun. Oh yeah, that's tasty. Sounds like it's good, yeah. Damn, that sounds pretty cool. Ron says, I'll be darned, rum works for banjo as well, right? Yeah, moonshine works the best. But Yak Fishing says, sounds good. Tristan, George Ordway says, thank you, sweet, appreciate it. Yak Fishing says, rum is that all-purpose fuel, Ron. Tristan Graff says, Yak Fishing, yep, tasty with my Scotch whiskey. Ron says, you're making me hungry, Tristan. And Ron says, crispy, appreciate that. Tristan Graff says, Ron, sorry, friend. Ron says, tight tonight, Ed, appreciate that very much. Ron says, how did you flat pick at the end with the finger picks? I don't know. I'd probably using the thumb and the forefinger. George left me he left a PayPal link. I appreciate that, man. Thank you for doing that. And Ron says, WTF. Taylor Langley sends $5. He says, for the moonshine fun. I appreciate that super chat very much, man. Thank you for that. I will put that towards some more corn liquor. I'm about to run out of the stuff. Let's see. Yak Fishing says, Tristan, Salisbury steak between two pieces of bread. Add some gravy too. Oh my God, the best drinking gut filler you can get, bro. Like on a hangover, I tend to go for like really crappy stuff. Like it was like, stop at McDonald's. You know, like when I'm really hungover really bad. But otherwise, I eat pretty well. What else we got here? Yak Fishing says, oh, and smash taters to that stomach. Yeah, right. That would be really good, especially for a hangover. And Taylor Langley says, I work out during the weekend and it all goes to shit during hungover Sunday. Right. Work out during the week. That's what used to happen to me. Yeah. Like, you know, I'd be like running every day and doing damn weightlifting and stuff. Like you can't really tell, but yeah, I would cancel it all out with alcohol. Stephen Schutte says, love me some McDoubles. And Masked Mofo says, I've been making soft shell tacos like crazy lately. That's really the only kind. Like those hard shell ones, like they don't eat that in Mexico, man. Tristan Graff says, Yak Fishing, I get it. I like to cook Indian curries that I cook, or things like goulash. Yet morning though, I mean eggs, sausage, and toast. Steven says it really sticks at 60. Yeah, like when I get hungover, like I'll look for the crappiest food I can find. Pull in at Sonic. Yeah, probably my favorite fast food place, Sonic. Yak Fishing says, "Oh man, Hungarian yum yum." I'll be cooking all this, you know, French and Italian stuff like during the week, and Greek stuff. I got like a thing of pasticcio in the refrigerator right now. That's Greek stuff, and get drunk one good time, hungover, like, God damn, give me some French fries. Waking Dragon sends me a $5 super chat. I appreciate that very much, man. Thank you for that. Super chats are the life of the show. Stephen Schutte says, y'all have Jack in the Box? No Jack in the Box here. Which that would be like a equivalent to Hardee's, right? Or no? I can't remember like what Hardee's is in other parts of the country. No. Hardee's would be Carl's Jr. in other parts of the country. We ain't got no Jack in the Box here. But yeah, we like people have like Carl's Jr. everywhere. Like we call that Hardee's here. It's the same restaurant. Ron Swanson says, I make Greek food in the summer mostly. Oh, that's good anytime, man. Like a damn moussaka. In fact, that's pretty good, like cold weather food. Actually, it's pretty filling, you know. Mass Mofo says soft shell tortillas heated in the toaster oven make a cool chip to go with tacos. Yeah, never tried that in the toaster. George Ordway says fish tacos on the streets of Mexico hard to beat. Dang good. Never tried a fish taco. Heard they're pretty good. Like it's kind of like a Baja thing, like a Baja Peninsula type of deal. And Ron says, no joke, George. Yak Fishing says, we had Jack in the Box. We let him out for a beer run. Ain't seen him since. You know what a lot of yous are missing, though, is the fucking Waffle House. The Waffle House is, like, awesome. Like, if you're, like, drunk at, like, 2 in the morning, that's like the best place to eat ever. Like, you know, it's like 1 o'clock in the morning on a Saturday night. You just get out of the bar, eat at the Waffle House. Open like always, 24 hours a day, every day out of the year. Christmas, Thanksgiving, open always. Tristan Graff says, if you check the most popular fast food in Washington State, it's Dick's Drive-In. Yeah, we don't got none of those down here. He says, it's a 10-minute walk from my house. Drunk burgers and fries, shake from Dick's, the best. Ron says, west coast of Mexico is where I saw them. Yeah, they got it like, I believe they're associated with like the Baja Peninsula, like the fish tacos. Or that's where they originated, I guess. Like Yak Fishing says, I've tried fish tacos, bit yet to like them. I just think they weren't made right. It probably depends on where you get them. Ron Swanson says waffles are good anytime. That's the thing, man. You don't buy waffles at the Waffle House. Like I think I've ordered a waffle at the Waffle House like one time in my life. Like you get the damn like the damn patty melt with the hash browns and all that stuff. It's just weird. Like it's just called Waffle House. Nobody gets waffles there. Yak Fishing says, oh dude, Waffle House is amazing. I don't eat there anymore. The add a $4 charge for to-go orders. Really? Okay, yeah, that sucks. That must have been something they did lately. Taylor Langley says that we had a tornado roll through our town and power was knocked out for days, but Waffle House was still open. Yeah, you can actually gauge like a natural disaster around here, like how bad it was. Like, is the Waffle House still open, man? When the hurricane came through here, like the Waffle House was still damn open. They had a limited menu, but they were still open. Yak Fishing says, Ron, y'all got Tudor's Biscuit World up there. See, I've never heard of that either. George Ordway says, I got the T-bone steak when getting Biloxi back online after Katrina. It was okay. Yeah, you probably don't want to get a steak at the Waffle House. Like it's not the most high quality steaks in the world. Like the Texas cheese steak sandwich is really good. I worked at one for like a week when I was 17. Everybody there's on drugs. You might get dinner and a show. The one in my town, like they keep a cop at the front door every like Friday and Saturday night, just drunks coming in from the bars and stuff. Tristan Graff says, Ed, you know which are the tacos. You have to get your face into it. Oh, Lord. Right. And George Ordway says, Waffle House closed, get home and shelter in place. Right. They never closed. Ron says, oh, yeah, they call them pancake houses around here. Sausage, egg, and hash browns. Kind of like that, but like a little bit lower class, like the Waffle House is. He says, no, not here. Yep, but mostly like in the Southeast and maybe a few other places, like in the Midwest, I think. Just like think of like an IHOP, but like take like some of the class out of it. Like you get a Waffle House. No pancakes though. They don't sell pancakes. They just got the waffles. Mass Mofo says might make a mess trying to make white gravy and biscuits. Yeah, biscuits and gravy. Yeah, that's a big breakfast item down here. Yak Fishing says, wow, they are in West Virginia. Can't think of a better breakfast fast food spot. Best breakfast spot is Bob Evans. And so we don't have a Bob Evans in my town. But when I'm at the grocery store and I'm like too lazy to make mashed potatoes, like those Bob Evans mashed potatoes like are really good. Ron Swanson says, I make a mean southern white gravy. Learned it from a cowboy cook. Yeah, like it's basically like a bechamel sauce. They call it sawmill gravy. You know, good to make it like kind of peppery. Maybe like take some breakfast sausage and, you know, get it crumbled up in there. Mass Mofo says there's a place called Penny's Diner I'd like to try sometime. Yeah, we've got a few of those diners around here. That's basically what Waffle House is. It's like a fucked up southern diner, like you go to when you're like drunk at 2 a.m. And Ron says bechamel with more spices, but basically that's what sawmill gravy is. Yeah. That you can cook some breakfast sausage and use the grease from the sausage like to make the roux to make it, you know. Put that shit on like a damn country fried steak or whatever, or some biscuits. Ron says, I want to try one hungover now. Right, yeah, that's a pretty good hangover food, very filling. George Ordway says, Waffle House didn't get hit in Biloxi. It was up on the hill, sustained us during the rebuild, doing the Katrina work. So they got lucky there. Yeah, Biloxi got it pretty hard, like when Katrina came through, didn't they? Like Biloxi, Mississippi. Ron says, if I have to use some bacon grease for biscuits or fried chicken, that would be some pretty good hangover food. It might give you a coronary, but, you know. Yak Fishing says, I get the All-Star when I go to Waffle House. See, I forgot what's in that. Like, it's like a combo type of thing. Or is that is that a burger? I can't remember. I pretty much get the same thing like every time, like just Texas cheesesteak melt, hash brown, scattered, smothered, covered. Yak Fishing says, oh man, bacon grease is high valued food when we go camping. That's a good way to get some grease, you know, when you're out in the woods, you know, you got like a cast iron pan and stuff. Ron says cold weather food. Right. Yak Fishing says, yes, eggs, toast, browns, waffle. Oh, okay, yeah. You're drinking this Miller here. George Ordway says, they took the eye. Like NOLA had a levee break that flooded the city a day later. Okay, I thought the eye went through New Orleans. Okay, yeah. This was like that's almost 20 years ago, right? Like I was starting college when that hit. Ron says, love camp too, Yak. Yeah, like in New Orleans, like when that levee broke, like civilization pretty much got canceled in that town for a while. Yak Fishing says, man, I don't go nowhere camping or otherwise if I can't fish. Yeah, you gotta go camping by the lake or the creek or something like that, yeah. Like camping, you gotta have like some source of fishing and some source of alcohol. Or even if you're not camping, like just fishing, like some source of alcohol, right? But you're up in West Virginia, though. You got that cool shit like them trouts and stuff. We don't have that kind of stuff around here, you know, like the mountain streams, right? Ron says, so basically, Yak, we like to drink, bullshit, play music, and sometimes explore the universe on the show. Yeah, basically, yeah, we play a few blues songs, just sit here and shit talk, and, you know. Yak Fishing says, I like either the beach or moving water, right? Yak says, no, I'm in Atlanta, was born in West Virginia. Oh, okay, yeah, that's right. And Ron says Ed has a degree in math science, math and computer science, right? It's like a double major. Yeah, Atlanta, like what? I can't remember like what waterways they have up there by Atlanta. Yak says, dude, this is the best show on YouTube by far. I appreciate that, man. Some guy says, dang, Ed, what's up, some guy? Some guy says just played some drums. Oh, okay, yeah. Some good exercise. George Ordway says, Ed, can you do an original for us? I don't know the lyrics to half my original songs, but let me see. Yak Fishing says Lake Lanier, Chattahoochee River, Flint River. Okay. Yeah. Way down yonder on the Chattahoochee. Thank you. There's an original one right there, like an instrumental one off my new album. It's called SG Blues. It's supposed to be played on an SG. That's why it's called SG Blues. So I'm playing the wrong guitar here. Yeah, y'all can pick that up down below on the Bandcamp link. If the Creek Don't Rise, the record's called. Get it on CD or download. The music started back here. Ron says, I play along with Ed the next song. Some guy, he'll play some drums. He says, yes, sir. Yak Fishing says, Ed, if not too personal, what do you do regular work-wise? I do YouTube and play gigs, and that's pretty much it. Like sell records, all that good stuff. Pretty much a full-time musician. A broke one, but, I pay the bills. Let's see. George Ordway says 1814. Yeah, don't know the words for that one. Yak Fishing says, damn, I like that one too, Ed. Appreciate that. Fuck Shit Damn says, hey, Ed. Hey, folks. What's up, man? So Yak Fishing says, duck fuck. He says, what's up, fuck? Some guy says, Ed's done the math. Yeah. I did the math. I said, I'd rather be a broke musician than wait tables, Yak Fishing says, oh, cool. Shot, we are all broke these days. Yeah, pretty much, like with inflation going on, all that stuff. You can't beat time, don't you know? Y'all give me 1 second. I'm going to step outside, take care of some man business. Been drinking too much water and beer and stuff, so I'll be right back. My fly up. Time goes too fast when you're trying to say goodbye, but it goes so slow. Yak Fishing says that everything has gone up with the paychecks. Right. Especially if you play music.
You could beat time if you tried.
Get this thing situated here so my camera doesn't come disconnected again. All right. Sebastian Halfpenny says, "Hey brother, I made it in. What's up tonight?" Nothing much. I got on here kind of late tonight, about 2 hours late. Just doing a late show. Fuck Shit Damn says, Ed plays blues with soul and fire. Each note climbs a little higher. Strings that cry, hearts that sing. He's the true blues guitar king. Thank you for those lyrics there, man. Cut my damn air conditioner back on. Hot as hell in here. Got like a damn big ass, camera light like right next to me. 2 yards says, "Hey now, what's up, man?" There's ants in here? What the fuck? What do y'all got for me? Sebastian Halfpenny says, "That's all good. I had passed out in the chair just waking up. Back, I guess I'll make myself a coffee for the show." Right. Ron says, "Humid too, I bet." Yes, humid down here, yeah. It's been raining for like 3 days, like the first 3 days of this week. It rained, or during the weekend, yeah. The hair ain't poofed out too much, so it's not too humid in here. Some guy says, "I had to retune a guitar because of the weather." Yeah, that happens. Like I hate playing outside because the guitars go out of tune so much. The big temperature change, humidity change, all that good stuff. Ron says, "Even when it's hot here, it's dry." No, not here, man. It's just muggy as hell down here. It's almost like subtropical. Some guy says, "Especially a hollow body." Right, That damn Gretsch I got, like it'll go out of tune like real quick, like the weather change.
Walking the streets with a low down hustle that I just don't need. I come home. Lord, she burning mad.
I got the hollow body on me tonight. The Epiphone back there. Oh, I'll try a banjo too. Like, oh my god. A banjo with a calfskin head, like the one I got in the house. That 100-year-old banjo. The calf skin actually absorbs humidity and like changes the banjo and stuff. You have to tighten it with a key and all that. Some guy says had a dot. Okay, the Epiphone dot. I had one of those a long time ago. I got 3 Eppies. I got the Riviera there. I got a Lucille. Sebastian says, "Yeah, it's warming up here. 14 degrees Celsius here, so 57 Fahrenheit at 1:35 a.m. Oh, you're lucky, man. Like I wish it was 57 here right now. I guess that ain't too bad to be the middle of the night, though. I'm sleeping in the doghouse. Lord, she give me the business. She give me the business. Yep. By the summertime, I'll be running that AC constantly in here at night. Hadn't got bad here yet. Like about June, July, like it starts to get really rough around here. Sebastian says it was cold here yesterday, but went below 0. Now it's warmed up quickly. So it's kind of like spring is here. Like You go through like early spring, like you'll have like about all 4 seasons in 1 week. But George Ordway said that was funny. After the 2008 crash, I had to go back to cater waiting in Palm Beach. Did an annual gig that had done several times and was asked to tend the head table. Oh shit. He leaves a ... after that. Russell Zahner says, my raspberry starts are doing pretty good. Raspberry starts. Some guy says, I knew a guy that made a living in fine dining. I could have done that in like a parallel universe probably. I could cook pretty decent advanced weather. Sebastian says, yep, that's autocorrect. Oh, yep, that's correct. Yeah, okay, yeah. That kind of weather happens like a little bit earlier here. It's like early spring. 2 Yards says, I record my YouTube stuff on in an AC basement. Can't take the heat. Oh yeah, it's pretty fucked up out here in this building. Have to run that air conditioner a few hours to cool it down. Millerton, South Carolina.
Is it any wonder why I'm feeling so big?
Russell Zahner says, yeah, my wife killed some raspberries she got and breathed life back into one. Laid it down, buried it, and after the winter, it's got 4 solid starts coming off it. Oh, okay, cool. We got blackberries around here. We don't really have raspberries.
You got me with my face right.
Yeah, I got blackberries in my yard. Made wine out of them one time. It was like shitty wine, but it did the job. 2 Yards says, cool channel, by the way. I appreciate that, man. Thank you very much. Russell Zahner says, she has the black thumb and mine's green as fuck. My yard's kind of sandy. I grow like herbs and stuff. That's about it. Like, the legal kind, the kind you cook with. Ron says, when I say that, I mean MGD. Hang on. Let me go back up. What did you say earlier? Russell says, yeah, there's blackberries all over. Ain't the good ones. Yeah, we got dewberries, blackberries, pretty much the same thing. Some guy says we acquired a couple of tomless blackberry vines, thornless blackberry vines. Oh, okay, that's cool. Ron says a blackberry brandy made would be good. Yeah, I don't know if anybody's ever tried that. Blackberry brandy. Bet you could throw them in like some mash and make some corn liquor with them. Some guy says, and the fresh strawberry is hard to beat. Those are good. Russell Zahner says, the thornless ones are cool, but the blackberries aren't as big. I'd rather have smaller seeds than less thorns myself, but I wouldn't put them in I wouldn't put them in LOL, rather grapes. Ron says, Miller Genuine Draft. Oh, okay, yeah. That's what he meant by MGD. Yeah, Miller Genuine Draft. Haven't seen that in a while, or haven't noticed it. Ron says, just start a mash and add those blackberries. You can probably get some yeast out of them too. Russell Zahner says, plus all blackberries have crazy worms in them. Soak your blackberries in a bowl of water for a few minutes and watch them come out. Making jelly kills them from the cooking. I've eaten a lot of worms then. I used to pick blackberries and just eat them and stuff. One Miller down. Some guy says, thanks, Russell. I'll never eat them again. Local blues singer gets parasitic worms from eating blackberries. Let's see. Yak Fishing says even the store-bought berries, Ron. Russell's owner says, but there are black cap, salmon berries, all sorts of raspberry-style variants that have tiny thorns or not at all and leave the core in the stalk. And Ron says, yeah, Yak for sure. He says, damn it. Yeah, any fresh fruit you buy, like, got a guaranteed amount, probably of like a bug or two in there at least. Play a little music here. By the way, if you enjoy what I'm doing here, please consider leaving me a super chat. If you want to tip me and stuff. Also got a PayPal link. I do appreciate those very much. I don't monetize these with ads or nothing. So, yeah, tips are much appreciated. That one right there was the first slide blues song ever put on record. That was by Sylvester Weaver. Think about 1924, somewhere thereabouts. Later picked up by Bob Wills. You know, they did it on like a steel guitar. It's called the steel guitar rag. The original is called the guitar rag. Frank says, playing good, Ed. Appreciate that. Russell says, I come from farmers, so I'm kind of a hick, really. But my dad was like a chicken guy. Like he was a chicken fancier. He bred like exotic poultry. Ron says, he sends Canadian $6.99 in a super chat. He says, how about my favorite Blind Blake tune, the next set, Southern Rag? I'll do that for you, man. Well, Southern Rag, though, I don't think I know that one. Like, I have to learn that one. I can do West Coast blues for you. It's pretty close to it. But I appreciate that super chat very much, man. Thank you for that. I will do some Blind Blake for you here. All right, super chats are the life of the show. I appreciate all those y'all give me so far. Let me see here. Do some Blind Blake. Bit drop D. That's a little bit of Southern Rag, dude. I think that's something close to the intro of Southern Rag. Was he saying the song like, just like Maxwell House coffee, good to the last drop? What else we got here? Sebastian says, mint, brother, appreciate that a lot. Ron says, I didn't realize that was the first recorded slide song. Yeah, it was not the first recorded slide song, but in the blues category it is. Like they had like Hawaiian slide records before that. Ron says, that's it. Felipe Toniato says, hello from Argentina. Big fan. Oh, cool. I appreciate that very much, man. Ron says, based on his song. Yeah. Like Southern Rags kind of based on West Coast blues. And Ron says, welcome. Felipe Stein. Eric Volstad says, hello from Norway. What's up, man? How you doing? Ron says, thanks, brother. You're welcome, man. Yak Fishing says, anybody into any of the lady blues guitar players out there? Like, yeah, like Elizabeth Cotton. There was Etta Baker. Like, I actually learned a lot of finger picking from Etta Baker, like just listening to her records. And Yak Fishing says, what's up, Stein? And Ron Swanson says, yep. Yak Fishing says, I'm a huge Anna Popovic fan. Anna Popovich, Chicken Jam. I have to hear her stuff. And Ron says, shot. We'll do a shot. All right. All right, y'all tell me the Ardbeg single malt scotch from Islay, Scotland, smoky stuff, or the Bacardi Black, which I don't normally drink a lot of straight, like usually make cocktails with this, but yeah, scotch or rum, y'all tell me. And I'll play a little bit of female blues guitar picking here, like from Elizabeth Cotton, while y'all vote. Freight train. And Yak Fishing says, yes, Baker, Etta Baker. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's what I learned to play Railroad Bill from, like listening to her stuff. Curtis says, have you heard of Watermelon Slim? Good slide play. I've heard the name, like not too familiar with his stuff.
But if the creek don't rise,
Ron votes Scotch. Frank Morgendorfer votes Scotch. Sebastian Halfpenny votes Scotch. Yak says Scotch for the win. All right, we'll do some Scotch. Looks like that's going to win the vote there. Felipe says, sorry, but what's the tuning? On which song? You have to tell me the song. Like I use a different tuning on just about all these. The song I just played was in standard tuning. And the song before that was in standard tuning. Avery Raven's Eyes says, I'm definitely going to have to check your CD out, brother. Oh, yeah, it's linked below. I got two of them. Like, well, the one's for sale on CD. Like, both of them are for sale for download.
And I'm wondering where you've been gone.
Ron Swanson says, questions are most welcome here, Philippe. Speak freely. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'll take any question. Like, maybe I can answer it. So Felipe says, you just play, yeah, standard tuning. He says, cool, thanks. You're welcome, man. All right. $50 bottle of Ardbeg smoky-ass Islay Scotch from the patented Ed Phillips Blues shot glass here. Also available below in the merch link. Finally get to taste some scotch. Like they've been making me drink like damn corn liquor and rum and stuff.
I've been out so long. I can't wait to get back.
Sporty Otter says, "Ta-da! What's up? How you doing there? Guten Tag." Felipe says, "I was studying your videos yesterday, man. The ones of Robert Johnson. Yet some of those are in standards. Some of those are like in open tunings, like open G and stuff like that." Sporty says, "Just in time for Ed's shot." Yep, we're doing one right now. All right. Saludos, Kim Pai, Slainte, L'chaim, all that good stuff down the hatch. Dennis Troy says 46 thumbs up, 55 thumbs up, 46 watching. Cool. Let me see what we got here. Felipe says, "I'm learning to play open G and slide." Okay, yep. A lot of those Robert Johnson songs are open G, like Crossroads and stuff. Open A, I think Crossroads is. Yak Fishing says, "Otter is late." She usually comes in pretty late. Dennis Troy says, "Hi all, what's up, man?" Swamp Donkey says, "Hey from Winnipeg, fish on. What's up, man? Hello from South Carolina." Ron Swanson says, "Good evening, Sporty," or should I say good morning? It's morning over there in Germany. Yak Fishing says, "What's up, Dennis?" Sporty Otter says, "Otter is never late. Gave y'all all time to miss me." Right? I got the show started late tonight, so. Dennis says, "Cheers." Thank you, man. Yak Fishing says, "What's up, Swamp?" Sebastian Halfpenny says, "Cheers." Dennis Troy says, "Yak." Ron Swanson says, "L'chaida." Sporty says, "It's 7 a.m. on a gorgeous morning." Over there in the old Deutschland. Ron says, "How are you?" Early for her, right? Yeah, it's in the morning over there. Yeah, get very few Europeans in here. Get a few, like, because it's so late over there, or early in the morning, I guess. Get plenty of, like, drunk Canadians and Brazilians and stuff. Ron says, "A show started late, drinking started late because of me, but it's been all quality." Appreciate that, man. Some guy says, "Puffing on my pipe." What's in that pipe? Tobacco or something else? Swamp Donkey says, "Groovy." Sporty says, "A peace pipe," some guy. Some guy says wacky backy. Okay, yeah. He's got the he's got the funny stuff. Still illegal here in South Carolina. Ron says one of his biggest fans is from China. Oh yeah. Can't get her into any good music either. Even hates the Beatles. Ron says she treats him special, if you catch my drift, right? Dennis Troy says, "Puff puff here, pass it." Yak Fishing says, "China, wow, yeah." That I used to take super chats on here to eat, like what they call them, 1,000-year Chinese eggs, but then black duck eggs. Gotta buy some more of those. Sporty says, "And today In Ed Fashion Land, he's wearing a lovely mint green cotton casual button down tonight. Yeah. I kind of feel 40 something now. Like I won't leave the house without a button up shirt now. Like I don't know why. Like I go outside like fucking out in public. Like I wear a t-shirt, I feel like a kid or something. Kind of took that from my dad, but he used to wear like flannel all the time. Like he was a 1980s redneck. He loved them flannel shirts. Ron says, must be tone deaf. Ernie says, beers, bongs, and blues. Cheers, Ed. Smoke up, man. Sporty says, Ron means his wife, Yakfish. Yeah. Can't make her like the Beatles. That's really sad. Even played Sgt. Pepper for her. She's like, that don't sound like Britney Spears. George Ordway says, just barely got last minute checkout at the beer store for more brews. Always making the beer run, George is. Yak Fishing says, ooh, okay. Sporty says, hi, George. Ron Swanson says, cool, George. Close one. Dennis Troy says, rock on. Sporty Otter says, did I miss my guru shovel? Ron says, how about some Hendrix next round or cream, please? Yeah, I can do some of that. All right. Give me a little bit. Smoke this. And Dennis says, Jimmy. Yak Fishing says, I'm not mutton. Can't talk here. Yak Fishing says, I'm not much for the Beatles either. I'm a Stones guy. Yeah. I meet those wretched people all the time. Yeah, I'm a huge Beatles guy. I did sit down like a couple of weeks ago and listen to Let It Bleed all the way through. A good record. Completely different band though. I don't know where the Beatles and Stones comparison comes from. But they're two completely different bands. Yak Fishing says, cream, I can do some cream for you. Sporty says, I made something special, Ed. Sporty Fun Live Guide. That sounds cool. It says a post on YouTube and I put a review of you on it. All good. Okay, I have to look that up. I have to see that. Like a video or a post, like a community post. Russell says, yeah, smoke this. George Ordway says, hey, Sporty, good morning to you. Ron says, the Stones. Just very different bands. Like, the Stones were like more kind of rock and roll blues influenced. The Beatles were more like art house kind of music. Especially when they started taking acid. Sporty Otter says, Macca makes me angry. I'm a Stones girl all the way. What? Paul McCartney? Man, that's like the only man that I would marry. Yak Fishing says, Keith for the win. Russell Zoner says, Dust. Marky Ramone's first band, pretty good. Oh, I never knew about them. Like, I didn't know he had a band before the Ramones that got recorded. Ron says, oh, sorry, I'm a Rolling Stones fan antagonist. Well, Sporty says, I can show you. Have a wrench. Yeah, link to it, yeah. Ron says, just joshing, bro. Dennis Troy says, Rolling Stoner. Yak Fishing says, Sporty's a Stones girl, too. Brian McGuire says, any Johnny Winter? I need to learn some of his stuff, actually, like some of his songs. Mass Mofo says, I heard the Beatles kicked out the original drummer because he was too good looking. I believe that's what he said. He actually sucked on the drums. You listen to like the Decca recordings, like the Decca audition that he was on there, and he really wasn't that good on the drums. Like Ringo kicked his ass. Ron says, you can show me anything you like, Sporty. Let's check this out. Let's pull this link up here. I'll read a couple of these. George says, I like me some Jethro Tull. That's a good band. I got like most of their albums, like right here below me under my desk. Good prog rock band. Sebastian says, I highly recommend anyone checking out the Jammin' with Edward album from the Stones with Rye Cooder from Let It Bleed sessions, only released in 1972. No Keith on the record. It's all Rye Cooder there. Yeah, oh yeah, I heard that too. That was some really good stuff there. Some good blues stuff on that one. Let's see what she says here. Let me try to minimize my camera here. I'm going to read a review of Ed Phillips. Cut off this AC for a minute. Let's see. The Sporty Otter Pop Cool Lives Guide. I've been out exploring YouTube channels that features a grassroots musician / artist in order to research all things. Oh, we got a long one here. Let's see. And I'm at number 3. Number 3. Edward is a blues master of the most chilled sort. He's like Munson in a South Carolina, U.S. And his live streams are every Wednesday night, and they go for hours. He lives feel like a blues dive full of his lives feel like a blues dive full of clever noggins, and the fun factor of his lives is very high. Edward is an extremely intelligent man. Besides his musical skills, and his chat talks are quite often actually edifying. He can play any genre of blues and is a delight to hang out with in his live blues place each week. He surprises us by random lives now and then too. Edward's albums are definitely worth listening to, and his channel is chock full of musical goodness. Edward gave me my first ever live chat mod wrench. Was a big thrill. I appreciate that review very much. Very good review of my stuff. I'd like to check out some of these other people on here. Yeah, thank you very much for that review, Sporty. See, Yak Fishing says, I like some Beatles stuff, but I think they shine best in the studio. Yeah, like when they started like taking acid, like experimenting in the studio with like Revolver and Sgt. Pepper and all that stuff. That was their best stuff to me. Sporty says, read them what I said about you, Edward. Yeah, that was a very good review. I appreciate that. Thank you very much for that. Mass Mofo says, heard Paul died and he was replaced by a lookalike. That was probably a bunch of bullshit. Sporty says, on my live guide, hey, a halfpenny. Sporty says, it's all true what I said. Thank you very much for that. Ron says, sure is, Sam. Nice of you still. Ron says, damn. George Ordway says, great. Ed is the gravy on a turkey dinner. The one thing that brings everything together. Get me another beer here. Yeah, Miller time. Dennis Troy says, more gravy. Yak Fishing says, yeah, and their recording style was good too. Like lots of firsts with them, yeah. Like the first like close miking of a drum set, just all kind of crazy stuff like that, like with the Beatles. First use of loops on a song, kind of like the first time a band like kind of used the studio as an instrument and did stuff you probably couldn't play live back then. David McLeod says, John, Paul, George, and Ringo just made great stuff, yet my favorite rock group of all time, the Beatles. Sporty Otter says, one day folks will be fighting one another and sending me free albums to be on that guide. Some guy says, it is a delicious gravy. That's what she said. Sebastian Halfpenny says, I always enjoyed the Let It Be album the most other than their earlier 63 stuff. Yeah, they kind of slapped that one together too. Like they had a bunch of like random stuff they had recorded, and Phil Spector kind of like produced it and put it together. Let It Be. Ron says, I hope so, Sporty. Maybe one day. Sporty says, could be if you do lives for sure. Yak Fishing says, yep, they gave us some good things, so did Paige. Yeah, I got like a 1964 British copy of Hard Day's Night. Like I'm thinking about like whether I should just give it to my daughter who's visiting right now, like, and let her take it. Like probably make better use of it. I've heard that album like 9 million times. Good collector's item, you know. Yes, 1964 British mono version of Hard Day's Night. Like some fucking 15-year-old girl probably bought that off the shelf in England in 1964. Show me everything that you know. Let's see. Curtis says, Ed, do you attend or perform at any music festivals in the U.S.? I have played at a few. And, I don't go to many. I mostly go to concerts by like individual artists, but we do have a blues festival in my area. It's called the Blind Willie McTell Festival over in Georgia. But yeah, like played a few festivals. Some guy says I had to learn something for a wedding. George Harrison off of Abbey Road. Ron says I think if my hand got better, I could perform on stage again without so much anxiety. Yeah, I know a guy's friend of mine's got hand problems and he plays guitar and like he's trying to get over it. He had like carpal tunnels and all kind of stuff. Some guy says, no, it's 60th anniversary. Sebastian Halfpenny says, I mean mine, got a feeling, dig a pony, all right, all tight tracks. Yeah, that's a Let It Be record. That's a good album. Ron says, It is the coolest live stream, no doubt. I've looked. I appreciate that, man. Ron says, how old is she? 21? Ron McLeod says, listen to Abbey Road medley side, and it still blows my mind. So good. Yeah, they kind of took bits and pieces of songs they were working on and just kind of smashed them together. Dennis Troy says, Ron, yep. Sporty Otter says, I love all the streams I mentioned and have friendly peeps there. Sporty says, I got the most subs out of the Sunday Jerry Garcia band lives, Ron. That's my favorite. I see a damn old Grateful Dead. Like, that's one I never got into so much. Like, and I loved all the hippie bands. Like I was always into like the Airplane and shit like that, and the Doors, you know. Like something about the Dead, like I was just never into. Like kind of like a country band to me or something. George Ordway says, I got the rooftop Beatles session before it got hanged out to dry. Anyone see the doc on Netflix? Any good? I didn't see the Netflix doc, but I have seen the rooftop concert. Yeah, they got shut down by the cops and shit. The bobbies. And Ron says, that means you were 21 then? 20 when she was born, yeah. Sebastian says, yeah, I love Airplane. Could never get into the Dead either. Yeah, I just didn't see the hooks and stuff in the songwriting and stuff, yeah. Yak says, yeah, I got, let's see, Dupuytren's in both hands, Ron. It sucks. 3 surgeries. McLeod says, Grateful Dead were too weirdly heavy for me. Like, they were just kind of, it almost kind of just sounded like a country band to me for some reason. I don't know why. You know, I've known like lots of Deadheads and all that stuff. They always got drugs on them. But I was more like into the overtly psychedelic like acid rock bands. Yak Fishing says, "Oh, I can't do the Dead either." Sporty Otter says, "I can understand that the Dead might not appeal. I kind of grew out of the real fandom, but the heads are cool." They had a couple of songs I like, you know, driving that train high on cocaine. Sebastian says, the Count 5 was good too, Psychotic Reaction. He says 1966, that's kind of early stuff by them. Oh, you're talking about a band called the Count 5. Ron says, I'm a little obsessed with Pretty Reckless since I saw her live. Cool chick. You have to look her up. Yak Fishing says, I liked her movie too, Ron. Sporty says, be right back. I didn't get coffee or pee yet after waking up. Now both are urgent. All right, we'll see you in a minute. Thomas Newberry says, I feel the same about the Dead, but I camped next to a group of Deadheads at a Glastonbury festival once. They were fucking good value. I bet they probably had some good dope on them. Like at recent gigs over the past like several years, like the only people who've offered me dope at a gig were were Deadheads. It was like, nah, I'm good, you know, just drinking beer and stuff. We got some acid, man. Got some coke in the truck, right? Yak Fishing says, everybody turn the lights out while Sporty's gone. She'll think we're closed. And Curtis says, yeah, that last song in the background was good. Which one was that? Oh, that was called Old Man. Yeah, that was the last song on the record. Turn this AC off for a second. Ron says, I believe the Grateful Dead fans will be the first real zombies. It isn't much of a transition, right? Yak Fishing says, never understood the Insane Clown folks either. Yeah, I never got the Insane Clown posse. That's my generation too. Had some Juggalo friends, you know, had funny lyrics, I guess, but I don't know how somebody could like dedicate their existence to the Insane Clown posse. Fucking magnets, how do they work? Ron says, yeah, childhood actor turned rocker. Yak Fishing says, did you play a song called Dimples last week? Yeah, the John Lee Hooker song. Yeah, I'll hit that. Do some Dimples. She's a flat pick here. By the way, you know, if you like what I'm doing, please consider sending me a super chat or a PayPal donation. Like super chats or just that money sign at the bottom of the chat right there. I really would appreciate those. I don't put ads on these, so yeah, those would be very much appreciated. Dimples by John Lee Hooker. Let's see here. Ron says, the dumbest guy I knew growing up only liked ICP. He suited the band. Yeah. Pretty much like the dumbest person you know, like there's a good chance they're a fucking juggalo. Yak Fishing says, that's the song you played that caught my attention. Haven't left yet. Cool. Appreciate it, man. George Ordway says, I became friends with Jerry's bodyguard. He had an end-of-life story to tell. It was great to hear. Hey, Jerry Garcia's bodyguard? Damn. Sporty Otter says, back with my morning mood fuel. Yak Fishing says, just badass. Appreciate that. Ron says, I wait till you hear him play SRV and Hendrix. Oh yeah, you asked for Hendrix earlier. That's right. Let me do some Hendrix here. Let's see. Turn this AC off. Get a little more ass on this thing.
Foxy. And you know your sweet little Hatmaker. Oh, Foxy. Gonna take you home, yeah. Well, I won't do you no harm, no. Got to be all mine, all mine. Foxy lady. I see you all down on the scene, yeah. Foxy. Well, you make me wanna get up in a scream. Foxy. Made up my mind. Tired of wasting all my precious time, yeah. Got to be all mine, all mine. Foxy lady. Gonna take you home. I won't do you no harm, no. Got to be all mine, all mine.
Here I come, baby. Coming to
Fuck you! Foxy lady, yeah. You look so good. Foxy lady.
There's some Jimmy there. Sorry I forgot about you, Ron. He asked for some Hendrix earlier. My favorite electric guitar player of all time. And a kitten says, Sporty, checked out your guide and left you a comment. What's up, kitten? Yak Fishing says, does biting yourself count? I'm not sure for what, but Curtis says, time to wake up the old lady. Oh, shit. Sporty says, Thomas, she says, I put Edward by her ear, Curtis. Yeah, that'll probably do it. Ron says, laughing my ass off, Curtis, no doubt. Kitten says, foxy lady. Sebastian says, that was badass, brother. Mint. Cool, appreciate that, man. Ron says, righteous Ed. Yak Fishing says, everybody hitting the like button right. Yeah, hit that like button, subscribe, share this on your social media, all that good stuff. Helps me in the algorithm on YouTube. And he says, good job, Ed. Thank you. Appreciate that, man. Sporty Otter says, I saw your message about Kadubin kitten. That is not cool. I didn't know. Yak Fishing says, Van, you leave comments to others like that Sporty on here? Get me a nice little cancer stick here.
Time goes too fast. when you're trying to say goodbye, but it goes so slow when you're grieving that they died.
Like people make posts on YouTube or like community post, Yak, and if you can like comment on there, you know, it's kind of like a Facebook type of thing. Like people leave a spiel on there, and you can comment on it.
It'll take away everything that you ever own. Your health and your
Yak says, I don't know what that is. Like a post, go to somebody's like front page, like their channel on here, and you'll see like where posts are on there, like up top.
Nobody wants their time to be
Yak
gone.
says, stopped smoking cigarettes 3 years ago. Finally, yeah, I wish I could. 8H says, by the time I heard Hendrix for the first time, I felt like I'd already heard his music. Made me appreciate Mitch Mitchell. Dude was insane too. Yeah, Mitch Mitchell was a crazy drummer, man. Like very kind of like Elvin Jones inspired, very jazzy. Sporty Otter says, the link I shared earlier that Ed read from was originally a post on my page. Right, it's like on our YouTube page, like go to the post section. Some guy says, are there any smoking venues up there? Not in this town, like in my county, like can't smoke in a bar, which is why I don't go to them anymore unless they pay me to play there. Right?
Ain't nobody got that much to spend.
Like just drinking, like I'd rather be at home, like, you know, hearing music I like, right? Sporty Otter says, Mitch Mitchell and Charlie Watts love them both for being jazzy. Mitch was like real jazzy. Yak Fishing says, oh, okay, I got kicked off Facebook, so I'm at the mercy of everybody to teach me new ways. Ron says, ever chew, Ed? Yeah, I did like some fucking dip one time, like a big wad of dip, because I ran out of cigarettes and somebody had some, and it made me sick as hell. Never did like chew tobacco though. H says, residential construction is making my hands too stiff to play like I used to. Can't stand it. My old man like worked in a machine shop, and it like wreaked havoc on his hands. Like he was a great guitar player. He just like beat his hands up so bad, like he got where he could like barely do anything. Yak Fishing says, both great drummers, Sporty. Oh yeah, there's Charlie Watts and stuff. Like Sporty Otter says, sorry to hear that, 8H. Sincerely. What y'all got for me? Ron says, so many guys I work with chew, but it's fucking gross to me. See, I never knew too many people who chewed tobacco except my grandpa. Like he chewed like old Red Man. I stole some from him one time when I was a kid, like just to see what it tasted like. And put some in my mouth. And I was like, oh my god, and, you know. 8H says, I used to play a lot of fingerstyle acoustic, but harder and faster. Loved Page and Howell growing up. Oh, okay. Like, did Page do a lot of fingerstyle stuff? I know like Stairway to Heaven was kind of fingerstyle, like the intro to it. But Ron says, even a woman I trained chewed dip. I used to play in a dive bar when I was like 15, 16 years old. And there was like this drunk chick there. I don't know how old she was, like probably older than me, like, but younger. Like younger in age, like probably like 20 or something. I was like 16. And she was like so drunk, like she couldn't really tell what she was doing. And she grabbed me and stuck her tongue in my mouth, like kissed me and shit, and had a big wad of dip in her mouth, and I tasted like tobacco spittle when she kissed me and stuff. Let's see. Yak Fisher says, I got kicked off Facebook for using my dog's name 15 years back. Yeah, I got locked out of mine for getting hacked and stuff. Like Ron says, she was hot looking too. But, hang on, I gotta back up here. Let's see. She was hot looking too. What a turn off though, right? Some guy says snorting tobacco is still a thing. Yes, old snuff, yeah. And Ron Swanson says she was 28, I think. Sporty Otter says, I learned a new way to play an A this week, and I will keep doing it. Put my middle finger on bottom string and pointer finger on top. Then I can hammer the top finger on and off. Yeah, didn't you say it looked like some kind of flamenco type thing? Ron says, snuff some guy. Yak Fishing says, I knew a hottie that dipped. Couldn't believe it. This place I was playing at, like, it was like out in the sticks. Like, there was literally a swamp out the back door of this place. Like, some, you know, kind of hillbilly type of place. Some guy says, yes, sir. Kitten says, I like snuff, but never done the snorting tobacco thing. Ron says, it tastes like old socks, doesn't it? Yeah, the chewing tobacco tastes like shit. Yeah, I could never chew tobacco. Ron says, kissing a woman who chews. I mean, oh yeah. Sebastian says, yikes. Some guy says, I only tried it once and can't remember the taste. 8H says, man, I grabbed the wrong beer off a table at a party one time, thought it was mine. It wasn't. It was full of chew. Oh shit! I've done something similar to that, like just ashing like in beer cans, putting cigarette butts in them, and like sometimes I'd pick up a beer can that was sitting there and just drink a bunch of like cigarette butt water. Like, fuck, you know. Dennis Troy says, Wonder Groovin', talking about a song off the record like played in the background there. I appreciate that, man. George Ordway says, playing baseball, a friend made the team young and put some chew and passed out and fell over off the bench. Sporty Otter says, whoa Nelly, my new cat is staring at me now with spider legs hanging out of her mouth. Oh shit. Cat eating bugs and stuff. Yak says Keith snorted his dad's ashes. How about Keith Richards? Yeah, I heard about that. Sebastian says, yeah, I have a similar story. I was 16 playing a show at the tavern, and a woman lawyer about 40 at one of my shows at the bar. To make a long story short, she was trying to take me home with her. That used to kind of be my specialty, man, like the MILFs and stuff. The 8-8 says, yeah, worst chew experience. I had to take my shirt off, lie in the cold cement, and chill out. Yeah, it's probably harder to gauge like the dosage of like chewing tobacco. Like, you know, you get too much tobacco, you get sick and stuff. Sebastian says that she was drinking pretty heavy. Yeah, it's always a drunk chick at the bar, you know. Come home with me. Right. Dennis Troy says, home, sweet home, rockin'. Ron Swanson says, probably would have let you do anything, Sebastian. That was usually the way I believe. Sporty says, noting all these musician dating tips, not. Sebastian says, my mother was shouting, he's only 16. She cock-blocked you. Damn. 8-8 says, How you like hollow bodies on stage? Reverb is like playing the theremin. Yeah, I mean, like the damn, like the feedback you get off of them, like, can be annoying sometimes, and it can be cool. Like if you're playing like Stranglehold or something, like the feedback sounds cool. I use them all the time on stage. Sporty Otter says, so play us a song, Ed, so I can stop squirming at the misogyny. Play one in just a second. George Ordway says, anything for Zep 4. Maybe a few bits and pieces I can probably do. Dennis Troy says, Sweet 16. Sebastian says, she's now my neighbor. She bought the house 2 places down from my place. Oh damn. Might be follow-up time, yeah. Ron Swanson says, did it just for you, Sporty. No, I'm joking. Yak Fishing says, when I was 4, they set me up with a tobacco leaf. Wow, it was terrible. Beech nut chew. It was hot, and instead of spotting it out, I swallowed it. Yeah, old beech nut, like it's in that Hank Williams Jr. song. Love to spit some beech nut in that dude's eyes. Shoot him with my old 45, cause the country boy can survive. 8H says a Bron Rar stomp. I need to learn that one. Sebastian says she literally was dirty dancing on the stage in front of me in the band. Haha, that was a crazy night. Sporty says I am too, Ron, mostly. Ron says being edgy is part of my DNA. Punk shit, I guess. Yeah, that's me. I'm like a 90s punk rock edgelord. Fucking like late 90s, like that was pretty much the golden age of edgelords. You know, you had like Marilyn Manson and all that stuff. Sporty says, yeah, being blunt's mine, so I'll be fun sometimes. So we'll be fun sometimes.
Not since I've been gone.
Yak says exactly. West Virginia, remember.
It's been a long time. Not since I've been gone.
Some Zeppelin 4, let me see. Can't sing it. No quarter? Shit. George says the background music's on. Shit. Yeah, forgot to cut that off.
Been a long time, been a long time, been a long, lonely, 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 lonely.
Ron sends me Canadian $6.99, and he says, Ed, the background music. Yeah, yeah, I forgot to cut that off. Appreciate that super chat very much, man. Super chats are the life of the show. Thank you very much for that. He says, could you play some Ted? That was a little Ted riff right there.
Got it, I was just 10 years old. Just a kitty next door. Went to see the doctor and he gave me the cure. Think I got it some more. Cat scratch fever. Cat scratch fever. Scratch fever. Cat scratch fever.
What's the words though? Let's see.
Don't know how they got it, but sure doing good. Hope they're doing it for free. They don't know how they do it, but they sure do it good. I hope they're doing it for me. Give me cat scratch fever. Cat scratch fever. Cat scratch fever. Cat scratch fever.
The bridge? What's that bridge?
Ain't nothing dangerous. I feel no pain. You know you got it when you're going insane. Makes a grown man cry, cry when you bathe my meat.
Cat scratch fever, at least a few pieces of it. Out of tune here.
Your life. Stakes are high and so am I. 10 years tonight,
I forgot that one. George Ordway says, since we were chatting earlier, dang funny. Kitten says, Sporty. Sporty says, a kitten loathe grown men who say stupid shit. Dennis Troy says, meow. Kitten says, ditto. George Ordway says, RJD died 15 years ago. Any Ronnie in you? Ronnie James Dio? Let me see. Something like that, right? Yeah. Never tried that one with a band. Gotta get some feedback here. Let's try some feedback. Come on. It's tiny amp here. Alrighty. I'll run this AC for a minute. Ron says, yeah, no women say anything that we don't like. 88 says, Children of the Sea. I don't think I know that one. I believe that's a Dio song, right? Ron says, we're all just human. Yak Fishing says, Ron, spirits having a human experience. Let's see, Sporty Otter says, yeah, and some humans spread evil, so they're not in my universe. We can choose. Ron says, what does Kitten want to hear? Ron says, exactly, Yak. Sporty Otter says, I judge less than you, Ron. Was you said all French people suck? I just said my intellect has no time for Nugent. Wild and crazy guy the Nuge is. Ron says, screaming. Sporty says, kind of different. Eight says, sitting here drinking by Muddy Waters. Let me see if I can think of the lyrics. Retune this thing. Been a while since I've done this one. Let me see. I've been sitting there drinking, just as lonesome as a man can be. I've been sitting here drinking, just as lonesome as a man can be. And a little pain, wondering where you gonna be. So many times told you I wasn't going that far. So many times I told you I wasn't going that far. I got $20 in my pocket. Think I might just lay out of way. love.
I declare I'm through with you. Whiskey, you ain't no good. I declare I'm through with you. Taking away my money, and you're taking my baby too.
Yeah, this is a Whiskey and Women, not Whiskey and Women. That's a John Lee Hooker song. Damn, I was sitting here drinking by muddy waters with a few missing lyrics because I forgot them. Taylor says, can you do Hear My Train A-Comin' on the 12 string? I need to learn that one. Yeah, that's a Hendrix song there. Never did learn it. Let's see what we got here. Kitten says Catnip Blues. It's probably one I'd have to write. But Ron Swanson says, hopefully away then. George Ordway says, here's a long Dio concert to watch later. Oh, okay. I'll look that up. Sporty Otter says, second Kitten. And let's see. 8H says, LOL, just kidding. Away indeed, good sirs. Chartreuse and water. HBY. And Ron says, Irish whiskey. No scotch for me tonight. Yeah, I got the fucking luxury stuff tonight. I got the scotch here. The Ardbeg scotch. 8H says, Irish whiskey and Colcannon. So let's see. Colcannon is like cabbage and something like cabbage and mashed potatoes, ain't it? Like the Irish dish. Sebastian Halfpenny says, awesome job, brother. Appreciate that. He says, I'm wondering if you can do Mother Foyer. See if I can, yeah, I might fuck the lyrics up. We'll try it. Do I have lyrics over here for that? Don't think I do. I'll try to think of them. All right. Let's see. Mother Foyer probably would fucked up lyrics.
Well, I love my woman, I won't tell you the truth, but I ain't been liking some of the things that she do. Doing some things that ain't gonna work. One of us might just get her. She's a evil mother for you, don't you know? Well, a bad mother for you, don't you know? She's a rotten mother for you. Ain't gonna tell you no lie. Grandma told Grandpa last year, got too old to shift your gears. You a stiff mother for you, don't you know? You a wild mother for you, don't you know? But I'm a bad mother for you. Ain't gonna tell you no lie. Love my woman, I won't tell you the truth. She fills my pants with red devil eyes. She's a bad mother for you, don't you know? Well, an evil mother for you, don't you know? She's a rotten mother for you. Ain't gonna tell you no lie. Monkey and the baboon playing in the grass. Monkey stuck his hand in that good gold gas. He's a rotten mother for you, don't you know? Well, an evil mother for you, don't you know? Rotten mother for you, ain't gonna tell you no lie.
It's a pretty old song there, like considering the title. That's some old hokum from, I believe, the 30s or 40s. You know, few people came out with different versions of that song title. Like I'm a bad mother for you, or a mother for you. You know, I think Memphis Minnie had one called "I'm a Bad Mother for You." Obviously, a word play there.
I've been out so long.
All right.
I can't wait to get back home.
Sporty says champagne and reefer breakfast of champions. I might play that one in a little bit. Taylor Langley says it'd be cool if you did some Gigi Allen. Might do some a little later. Ron says true Sporty.
I can't wait to get back home.
Let's do some champagne and reefer here. Don't forget, super chats are the life of this show. So if y'all feel like tipping me, like shoot me a super chat, I would appreciate that a lot. Probably need to get a capo here. Different slide.
Give me champagne when I'm thirsty. Bring me river when I want to get high. Bring me champagne when I'm thirsty. Bring me river when I want to get high. When I'm alone, bring me a bottle, put it right by my side. Shouldn't be no long. People want to smoke a little dough. Shouldn't be no long. People want to smoke a little dough. Good for your health. Breathe it like your body, don't you know? Every time I get high, lay my head in my baby's breast. Every time I get high, lay my head in my baby's breast. She said, you know, Muddy, you the one that I love the best. I'm gonna get so high, I ain't gonna know my name. I'm gonna get so high,
reefer, baby. Ain't gonna be messing around with no cocaine. All right, muddy motherfucking waters. The oldest person I've ever heard of who liked reefer. Let me see.
See all of my good friends.
Sebastian says, thanks, brother. Was great to hear that one. I just discovered your version of that about a month ago. I'd like to give that one a try at the bar, old motherfucker. Oh, yeah, people like that one, like when they hear the lyrics. Some clever lyrics. He used to make it clean yet sound so gritty. Sporty says, want to hear Dirty Blues, Ma Rainey was the queen. And yeah, Louise Bogan, yeah, all that old hokum stuff, yeah, the dirty stuff. Yeah, that Louise Bogan was like real rough. And Ron Swanson says, baguette, almost all French food is great. Of course it is. Yeah, I spent like 20 years trying to learn how to cook that stuff. 8H says, ever blues up old Western tunes? Cash is fun to do that too. I do it like a finger picking version of Folsom Prison. I might do that a little bit later. Sporty says baguettes are also great for whacking your sister, as my son used to say. Ron says LOL. Ron says I would be lying if I said I haven't hit someone with one. Yeah, you know, let them get kind of old and crusty. Sporty says the older the baguette, the better, Ron. Ron says shot. We'll do a shot. All right.
What if the creek don't rise?
Let me see. Hang on a second here.
I'll be coming home.
Yeah, let's do a shot here. All right. Y'all tell me. Let's see here. Got the Ardbeg Smoky Islay Single Malt Scotch out of Scotland because of Scotch, and some Tennessee corn liquor from Gatlinburg, Tennessee. Here, y'all tell me, corn or Scotch.
After the sun goes down, yeah.
I will step outside and take care of some man business while y'all vote on that.
In the morning, I'll be feeling so low down. In the morning, I'll be feeling so low down. But tonight I'm gonna crank it up, tear this face to the ground, baby. Every day of the week, they drive me into the ground, baby. Every day of the week, they drive me into the ground, baby. But tonight I'm gonna crank it up, tear this barrel house down, yeah. I'll be singing the blues out on the edge of town. I'll be singing the blues out on the edge of town. Yeah, tonight I'm gonna crank it up.
We got a few votes here. Let's see. Sebastian says Scotch. Kitten says corn. Ron says Scotch. Taylor Langley says corn. So I think we're tied. Chad says Scotch. Thomas Newberry says corn. Still tied. And Curtis said corn. Okay, corn winning by one. And Ominous says Scotch. Dr. Pepper, something about ginger. He says Scotch. So tied again. Dennis Troy says Creek Rising. Sporty says the French would starve without them, talking about the baguettes. Thomas Newberry says, Sporty, that the resonator I just bought is fairly cheap. Gretsch G9 200 boxcar. Ron says, I bet Sporty has smoked more fatty than most. Joints, that is. Let me see.
Oh, you know that's right. Hit the mark.
Chad says Ouzo. The Ouzo bottle's empty.
But tonight I'm gonna crack it up. Chad, it's a
See, Thomas
motherfucker
Newberry
down.
corn. George Ordway says dealer's choice. Ron says light on the tips tonight, Ed. Yep. If y'all feel like tipping me, man, like please go down to that $sign, like at the bottom of the chat there. Send me a super chat. I would appreciate that a lot. Because I got on late. Like most tips I make are like the first 2 hours of the show. Like when I come on at the regular time, like at 8:30 on Wednesday. Sporty says espresso. Dennis Troy says 33 watching, 66 thumbs up. Sporty says probably you're right, Ron. Chad Thompson says that bottle has been empty for a while, Eddie. Talking about the Ouzo bottle. Yak Fishing says corn. I believe corn's going to win this one by a few votes. Ominous says I got a 59 Corvette Gretsch from a Gibson joint shop. I'd like to play one of those. Sporty says Sporty almost never touches alcohol, just don't like it. But a J keeps my neurodiverse brain more under control. Live in Germany and don't drink alcohol. God damn. If I fucking lived there, like especially like Bavaria, somewhere like that, like southern Germany, I'd probably be dead, like from drinking beer. Chad Thompson says, Ed, you remember Hill Stomp? I'd probably have to relearn that one. But yeah, looks like corn's gonna win a little bit here. Sporty says, I do sometimes. I had a Cosmopolitan on May Day. Oh, okay, cool. Those are pretty good. We're going to do some corn liquor here. All right. Chad says, I used to go to Germany for work back in the early 2000s. They had beer vending machines back then. Jesus. Sporty says, I'm even more entertaining drunk, that is. Ron says the French wouldn't approve. Ron says, I would like to see that, Sporty. All right, here we go. A little bit of Tennessee corn liquor from the patented Ed Phillips shot glass. L'Chaim, Saludos, cheers, all that. Slinta, bottoms up. Here we go. Moonshine face. Ron says, if not drinking, I mean, George Ordway says, just a link if you do PayPal. Yeah, got the PayPal link there. Thanks for posting that, George. Taylor says, nice. Sebastian says, cheers. Chad Thompson says, I was an engineer at a company who Hella KG was the majority owner of at the time. Kitten says, cheers. Taylor says, ever drink Rolling Rock? I've drank Rolling Rock before. Yeah, it's like it's like a regular like pea beer. Chad says that they would drink beer for lunch. Yeah, that fucking Europe, man, like they don't really care if they drink like during working hours and stuff like that. Ominous says, that's it. Ron says, phooey. Let me see here. Get a cigarette. Sporty says, yeah, Europe was never plagued by the prohibition mentality of Puritans like the U.S. Yeah, prohibition like did all kinds of things to us culturally. It's like the reason that most Americans like piss beer now. Just things like that. It took us like damn near 70 years to kind of recover from just the lack of like craft breweries. It was like maybe 10 or 15 years ago that America finally like built up as many breweries as it had before Prohibition. Yeah, like people are like really fucking uptight about alcohol. You're gonna have a glass of wine on your lunch break? What? Thomas Newberry sends me Australian $10. Thank you very much for that, man. I appreciate that a lot. Super chats are the life of this show, man. Thank you, sir. Ron says, I grabbed some clear to do with you, Ed. Okay, you got some clear stuff too? He says, I'm with you. George says, 33, that's the Rolling Rock. Sporty Otter says, beer is considered its own food group here, right? It's basically liquid cereal. Taylor Langley says, the Europeans usually get fucked up together at the pub every night after work. It's crazy, man. Yeah, they can drink over there. Ron says, when I was in Germany, I saw beer vending machines. The drinking age is like lower there too. Like Sporty Otter says, LOL, speaking of Europeans, that is a generalization, Taylor. Yak Fishing says, Mickey's Big Mouth. Ron says in Munich, yeah, dude, one of the ultimate beer towns, like, yeah, Bavaria, southern Germany, München. Dennis Troy says, Tom, thanks. Taylor Langley says, I went to Ireland and this really drunk dude was in the bar, told me he was a surgeon and had to be in at work in a few hours. Good old Ireland. I fucking looked up the like the drunkest countries on earth, like the list of them, you know, and Germany actually edges out Ireland by just a little bit. That kind of surprised me. I'm Irish, you know, but they're both in the top 10. Like, and Germany's like just ahead of Ireland. I don't even think America's in the top 10. See, Ron says a generalization is used when it's generally true, right? Ron says, sure was true in Ireland. Taylor says, it's respect, laughing my ass off. Ron Swanson says, not the surgeon thing, LOL. Yak Fishing says, Mickey's Big Mouth beer. I've never had that. They have it around here. Sporty Otter says, my son plays American football and he had an American coach. When the guys were about 17, they won their championship and the coach bought them American beer from the pharmacy, I guess, the PX. Damn. I didn't know they had American football in Germany. He says it's a treat. Like Taylor Langley says, most surgeons are drunk. My sister's a nurse that works with a bunch of them. Chad Thompson says, I used to go to Japan also during the same time for work. They also had beer vending machines at the time. Cigarette vending machines were also everywhere. I remember having cigarette machines here. Don't know more. Used to have them like in the Waffle House and shit. Ron says, good coach. Taylor Langley says, drunks. George Ordway says, do you have any 2 steps in you? 2 steps for the door? Unfortunately, I've retired from playing Leonard Skinner. I can't play that kind of stuff no more. Most of that southern rock stuff I'm retired from. Like, it makes my brain bleed. You know, playing it in bars like for 30 years. Let me see. A Sporty Otter says the teen boys are here found the beer so awful they poured them out on one another. Coach was so upset on behalf of his gift being mocked. Right? Yes, that's kind of what Stone Cold was doing. Like when he drank beer in the ring, like Steve Austin, he would take that beer and just pour it in his fucking face. Ron Swanson says, I think South Korea and Russia are as high as anyone per capita. I know Russia's like pretty high on the list. Now I know he was lying, Sporty. Kent Kearney says, as long as there's German beer in America, right? Yep. You got some good beers over here. You got the Paulner Salvatore. That's a good German beer right there. You know, Vorsteiner is pretty good. Any kind of Hefeweizen, like especially the Franziskaner version of it. Ron says, must have been awful shit. Yeah, I doubt they would like American beer very much in Germany. Thomas Newberry says, quick bit of research, Romania has also more recently become known as the drunkest country on earth. In Eastern Europe, yeah, I believe it, like Serbia, like they drink a lot, like places like that. Chad Thompson says, let's see, hell, my parents used to send me to the local liquor store on my bicycle when I was like 7 or 8 years old to get them cigarettes. Sporty says, you won't with Trump tariffs, Kent Kearney. Kitten77 says, do you like Tom Waits? I haven't listened to like a ton of his stuff, but I know some of his work. He's pretty good. He's got that like gravelly voice. Sporty Otter says, Tom is the only guy in my lifetime who wrote no bad song. Some guy says, I bought smokes at 12 and I looked 8. Dude, back in the good old days, like you could find like some shit gas station like who would sell you like underage beer and cigarettes and stuff. We had like a Korean gas station we used to go to, like a little shitty gas station. They'd sell you some beer and stuff. Thomas Newberry says, who doesn't like Waits? He has some good stuff. Sporty says, Kitten, I'm a Tom Waits super fan. Ominous says, song Dark Into the Street. Kent Kearney says, watch me work. 8H says, Sporty, congrats on new kitten.
Lord, I wish you could hear this song.
Yak Fishing says, Ed, what got you into blues, bro? Like in high school, like I was hearing like a lot of psychedelic rock, like Hendrix and Cream and stuff like that, but Clapton, like, well, what do those guys listen to? Somebody told me about Robert Johnson. I bought a Robert Johnson record. I was about probably 15 or so. Got like some Muddy Waters and John Lee Hooker and stuff like that. Yeah, pretty much like just hearing rock guys and like finding out what they listen to. Sporty Otter says, thanks, 8H. She's a street rescue from Bulgaria. And she makes me happier to love her. Kent Kearney says, pasties in a G-string, beer in a shot, right? Ron says, I have 3 now, Sporty. Now, see, I've never owned a cat. Like, my dad would not allow a cat around us, like, because he had chickens and cats eat chickens. But, a dog, like, you could train a dog to not attack the chickens. Long John Lant says, driving South Stone Roses, pretty great guitar work. Yak Fishing says, Kent, I see your beer in a shot and I raise you hookers and blow. Hey, I'll take some hookers and, beers and stuff. Blow I wasn't into very much. Like I did some, like didn't like it. Let's see. Ron says they kill things for me too. George says, oh, in the 70s, I was waiting for the bus and jingled our cigarette machine before school hit the jackpot. The quarters rushed out onto my feet, got back from school and fixed the machine. Yeah, I remember cigarette machines, like, wish they still had them. Kent Kearney says, King Biscuit Flower Hour, that was a good show. Remember seeing Black Oak, Arkansas on there, like seeing some footage of them on there. Sporty Otter says, I love the Flower Hour. Kent Kearney says, fold. Long John Lance says, I should give it a listen. I think you'd like it. Is that a Tom Waits song? Ron Swanson says, Sporty might love turkey. Cats are literally like royalty free. Talk about like owning a turkey. We've had turkeys. Like turkeys are fucking mean. Like male turkeys. It's like turkeys and geese. Like that's the meanest poultry. Curtis says, I'm 29. Just got into the blues and started playing guitar last year. You're an influence on my playing. I'll keep practicing for now. Hey, that's cool, man. Yeah, you just keep at it, man. Just keep learning that stuff. Kind of flattered that I've influenced people and stuff. Taylor Langley says they just banned smoking in bars here in Louisiana. That's bullshit. That's been banned here for like 15 years. Sucks ass, yeah. See, Sporty Otter says, I'd love to visit Turkey one day. Talking about the country Turkey. Okay. Ron says, our cats were always trained not to touch the chickens growing up. Yeah, my dad, like, hated cats like no other thing on earth. Like, he... like, God damn it, you see a damn cat, just run over that motherfucker. He hated him. Like Sporty says, Istanbul is one of the historical, cultural cradles of our world. Yeah, you got the Hagia Sophia there and all that good stuff. And Ron says, they killed the weasels and that saved them chickens in the woods. Yak Fishing says, I was kidding about the blow. It's not worth it. $300 for 20 minutes of clouds. Yeah, shit like you do this stuff all night, like burn up all your money doing it, you know. And it wasn't that great. It was like high quality speed, basically. Kent Kearney says, miss that cigarette. Oh yeah, cigarettes are great. I can't quit them. Sporty Otter says, indeed, Yak, I have heart disease and Coke would finish me on the spot, I reckon. I fucking tried to get hooked on it. Like, had friends who were like major Coke heads. I didn't like it. Did too much one time. Like, my heart was like doing that, you know, and I was like, oh shit, I'm gonna die here, man. Trying to keep up with like seasoned Coke heads and stuff. Some guy says, I met a dude from Istanbul and he said he found a 13th century coin walking by his house. Yes, that's kind of crazy. Like, especially like here in the United States or North America generally, you know, we're on like this 400-year timeline. And so like here, like a 200-year-old building is like, whoa, that's fucking old, man. You know, you go to Europe and, you know, somebody's got like a part of a Roman wall in their backyard, like from 2,000 years ago. It's crazy. Yak Fishing says, okay, folks, so what's the best concert you've seen? It's kind of hard for me to say. You know, as a Beatles fanatic, I'd have to go with Paul McCartney, but as a as a rock and roll type of fan, I'd have to say probably AC/DC. Like, saw them like in the 90s. And well, I guess there's probably a reason why I've seen Alice Cooper 4 times. Like, so Alice Cooper would have to be up there. Ron says, I've been attacked by turkeys, ducks, and geese. It's their worst mistake ever. yeah, like turkeys and geese like are the worst ones. Yak Fishing says, a sporty, do you know who Anna Popovich is? Taylor says, come down is the worst too. Yeah, the come down from Coke, yeah. I remember like sitting in German class, like in high school, not high school, college, with the taste of like bitter ass cocaine, like still in my fucking mouth, like from the night before, with that hangover. Sporty says, yeah, some guy would be amazing. Where I live is part of a UNESCO World Heritage due to Charlemagne being active here, like, but Istanbul's even older. Didn't you say like what part of Germany that was? You talking about like around Aachen, like where his palace was and all that stuff? Taylor says a Xanax is easy to get hooked on. Had to quit it before I got too bad off. Yeah, like pills was like never a problem for me. Like I would like rarely ever take any. Like if I got like prescribed like high powered stuff, I'd give it away. Like didn't want to get hooked on that shit. Sporty says it rings a bell. Yak is she one of Pussy Riot? I don't believe she was in Pussy Riot. I'm kind of a fan of them. Ron Swanson says AC/DC this year, Yak. Ron says I loved Mark Knopfler too. He was a good guitar player. Taylor Langley says a Dead and Company at the Sphere in Las Vegas. George Ordway says how about a dealer's choice of some music when you get a chance? Yeah, I'll play some in just a minute. All right. Kent Kearney says impossible. Curtis says psychedelics are fun, but mushrooms will take me to dark places. like you know, probably like a possible, like more possible to have a bad trip on acid though. Like a mushrooms, like kind of laid back, you know, for me. Sporty says I love Knopfler and Gilmore, the chilled guys. Kitten says David Bromberg. Taylor says I saw Robert Plant once, and that was the biggest waste of money ever. Literally had a guy on stage playing a whale bone. Shit. Ken Kearney says Emmy Lou on the road running, like talking about like Emmy Lou Harris. Ron says I'm one of Mark Knopfler's biggest fans, going way back to Sultans of Swing when he was just out of high school. Sporty says no, I'm near Lorsch. In the region from Lorsch to Mainz is the Carolingian stomping ground. Oh, okay. Artist A says, let's see, early solo Robert Plant show was one of the best I ever saw. Thomas Newberry says, Yak, not blues, but my best live show, Leonard Cohen in a vineyard here in. Yak Fishing says, Sporty, no, she's a blues guitarist from Belgrade, plays over in your area a lot. Let's play a couple songs here. Let's see. Orange Blossom Special. Fiddle tune there. Wear my damn hand out. See, Sporty says I still have his home in Kingston or my ticket stub from that night. Home number in Kingston. Taylor Langley says, yep, fishing, I'll leave it to you. Yak Fishing says, I'd love to see Cohen, like Leonard Cohen, I guess. Sporty says Cohen was a shaman. Some guy says Guttermouth threw cheese at the crowd and rolled me off the stage in a beer cooler. That's some punk stuff, right? Like Guttermouth. Kent Kearney says Ron Swanson, the Chicago Theater was amazing. Front row, Guy Fletcher, Cox, Richard Bennett, Glenn Wolfe. Sporty Otter says used to be from Chicago. Ron says cool. Kenton says charger time, got to charge the phone, I guess. Sebastian says a wicked picking brother, appreciate that very much. It's old bluegrass tune, you know, Orange Blossom Special. I believe it used to be called the South Florida Blues. Sporty Otter says take care, kitten. Kent Kearney says Ron, where'd you see him? George says say good, kitten. Ron says in Vancouver, Canada. He says about 7 hours drive from where I live. Jesus, damn.
Playing craps. Now I'm so broke I'll be begging for scraps. I come home. Now she's burning mad.
I might drive 7 hours to see somebody awesome like, you know, Billy Ray Cyrus or Justin Bieber or something like that. But Kitten says, I had a great time. You have a good one there, Kitten. Sporty Otter says, love Kitten. Ron Swanson says, cool, Kitten, come back. Curtis says, you familiar with Billy Strings? Yeah, he's a flat-picking bluegrass guy. Yeah, he's really, really good. Ron says, are Nickelback? I might drive like 10 or 15 hours to see some Nickelback or some ICP or something like that. Kent Kearney says, guess who as well? Together Again concert's a good YouTube party. I would love to see the Guess Who. That's one of my favorite rock bands of all time. With Burton Cummings.
I'm sleeping in the doghouse. Now she give me the business.
Sporty says, I'd drive to Detroit from here to see Ted Nugent. Joke alert, she says. furthest I drove to see Nugent was about 3.5, 4 hours. Yeah, to Myrtle Beach. What is the furthest I've drove to see a band? Let me think here. Probably Marty Stewart, of all people. Country singer, right? Like had a buddy who's like, you want to go see Marty Stewart in Chattanooga? And we drove all the way up there, 5.5 hours. Saw a Marty Stewart concert. I was like, yeah, fuck it, it's like an adventure, I guess. Taylor Langley says, I saw a video of Nickelback doing a cover of Metallica. They make a pretty damn good Metallica cover band. Yeah, I'll be seeing Metallica, actually, like beginning of June. Ominous says, I'm in Nickelback country. You poor man. I am, too. I get them Nickelback requests, like when I play at some places. Ron Swanson puking over Marty Stewart. He does have a good backup band, man. Like, just real clean sounding band. It's kind of hard to play clean. And he just called me up like, want to go on a fucking adventure to Chattanooga, man? See Marty Stewart? Okay, fuck it. Yeah. 5.5 hours. 88 says, I heard from someone I trust that Nickelback is a solid live band. Yeah, I mean, like a modern concert, though. A lot of those kind of bands, like you're seeing like the fucking Disneyland version of them, like the animatronic version of them, basically. Everything is programmed. They play into a click track, like in their fucking ear. Lights and effects and all that stuff are run by a computer program. Aren't many like actual rock concerts these days. Let's see, Yak Fishing says, Ron, you do any fly fishing up there? 8H sends me $10. He says, Bluebird, thank you very much for that super chat, man. I appreciate that a lot. Super chats are the life of this show, so thank you very much for that, man. Do you mean Blackbird, or do you mean like I'm a bluebird, like on a Band on the Run, like Paul McCartney's record? I think he might mean Blackbird. I don't know the Paul McCartney Bluebird song, but I can do the Beatles Blackbird for you. I think that's what he meant. So give me a second to finish this cigarette. I'll play that for you. Ron said, I saw Nickelback once here. Get a girl. Was it worth it? He says, they literally got her on the bus, and I was left out in the cold. Valuable lesson. Shit. Yak Fishing says, I kind of dig Nickelback a bit. They knew the assignment. They got it done early, too. Chicks dig Nickelback. Yep, they do, yep. Ron says, yes, Yak, some of the best anywhere. Sporty Otter says, you guys so free to speak about all women likes. It just cracks me up. See, Chad says, Ed, you know a Mexican Blackbird, or heard it on the ZZ Top? Yeah. I mean, I've heard it. Like, I'm trying to remember how it goes. Like her mother was a Mexican, her daddy was the ace of spades. Yeah, I kind of remember it, but I'm not sure how it goes anymore. Dennis Troy says, Motor. Kent Kearney says, ZZ Top. Sporty Otter says, I probably negate any comment that begins like that. Thomas Newberry says, I drove 16 hours, 5 minutes from Wales to Germany to see a show. You'd have to go through the Channel Tunnel and stuff. Dennis Troy says, Wonder. Sonny Ray says, hey everyone, glad to join the Blues Jam. What's up, man? 8-8 says a yak. Says, yeah, don't be surprised when your new solid wife puts on some Nickelback. Sporty says, I'm here to remind people of not sweeping generalized. That is my mission, now I know. Chad Thompson says, that's the one. Taylor Langley says, money must be good for them to be doing stadium tours for the past 40 years. Chad Thompson says, what about Heard It on the X or LaGrange? I can do LaGrange. Might do that in a second. Chad Thompson, just read that. George Ordway says, I wish I could have made it across the border to see the Tragically Hip. They ended up here, History Swan Song. Wish I was there. 8-8 says, yak, meant that in general, not you personally. Sporty Otter says, welcome, Sonny. Curtis says, I want to see Robin Trower live. I'd like to see him live too. The last few drags off of here, we'll play some Blackbird. Sporty says, Sonny, sorry. Ron says, I fish for trout and salmon all the year that I can. See, yeah, we ain't got that shit down here like the trout and stuff. Like, we got no real fast running cold water. Chad Thompson, he sends $10 in a super chat. He says, LaGrange for the win. Any old classic ZZ Top would be great too. I'll do that for you. All right. Appreciate that super chat very much, man. Thank you for that a lot. Get these last few drags. They put the heroin right there. You gotta smoke it down to the fucking filter. We'll do some Blackbird and some LaGrange. Since I've been gone. Like to catch trout, you got to drive about 3.5 hours or so from here to catch the trout, like up in the mountains and stuff. I'll be coming home. Here is, brim and catfish and shit, right? Well, I called you, baby. The telephone. All right, so I'm gonna play some Blackbird by the Beatles. That's what I'm assuming 8H meant. Blackbird singing in the dead of night. Take these broken wings and learn to fly. All your life, you were only waiting for this moment to arrive. Blackbird singing in the dead of night. Take these sunken eyes and learn to see. All your life, you were only waiting for this moment to be free. Blackbird fly, blackbird fly into the light of a dark black night. Blackbird fly, blackbird fly into the light of a dark black night. Blackbird singing in the dead of night. Take these broken wings and learn to fly. All your life, you were only waiting for this moment to arise.
waiting for this moment to arise.
All right, Beatles off the White Album there. It's a Blackbird. Got to see Paul play that live, actually. We got a request from Chad Thompson for LaGrange.
Rumors spread round that Texas town, that shack outside the Grange, what I'm talking about. Letting me know you wanna go to that home out on the range. Got a nice girls. Have mercy. How, here's fine. You got the time and that tender, get yourself in. Here is time, most every night. Well, now I might be mistaken.
ZZ Top right there. 8H sends me $5. He says, okay, your blues, but Rolling Stones rock and roll circus version. Have you seen the footage? I have seen the footage. I can't remember like the difference between their version and the White Album version. I can't remember how it goes. Thank you very much for that super chat, man. Super chats are the life of the show. I appreciate that a lot. Let me see if I can pull your blues out of my ass. I think I played it like a few times. Let's see. Mike can do like bits and pieces of it. I don't know if I can do the whole thing. Thank you very much for that super chat, though. Let's see. Yes, I'm lonely. Wanna die. Yes, I'm lonely. Wanna die. I ain't dead already. Girl, you know the reason why. In the evening, wanna die. In the evening, wanna die. If I ain't dead already. Girl, you know the reason why. The eagle picks my eye. The bird that picks my bone. Feeling so suicidal, just like Gillies, Mr. Jones. Yes, I'm lonely. Wanna die. I ain't dead already. Girl, you know the reason why. That's about all I know of it. I have to apologize for that. That's, like bits and pieces of it. Yeah, it's a song from the White Album. It's got Eric Clapton on there, like as a guest star. The Rock and Roll Circus version, I think it might be pretty close to the record. But yeah, thank you for that there, 8H. That one came like straight out of my ass too. Like never tried that with a band. Get the background music going here. Yeah. Sporty says sorry for that. Yeah, because Sonny Ray says keeping the blues alive. I appreciate what you do. I appreciate that very much, man. Kent Kearney says, does that have a Child of the Moon, or am I thinking of Hyde Park 66? I can't remember the song list from the Rock and Roll Circus.
And I'm wondering where you've been gone.
Ron says, I hear you, Yak. Ed can tell you like I broke my spine before. Yeah. That's some rough stuff there. Sporty says, I understand. A dying heart has changed my life for the... changed my heart for the worse. Ron Swanson says, wish I could go back. Sporty Otter says, maybe it's why we love the blues. We're all broken toys. That's pretty much who was playing it and who listens to it. Yeah. Sporty said, read that. Ron says, it is so smooth. I appreciate that. He says, yeah, that could be Sporty. Matthew Felty says, new subscriber. Appreciate it very much, man. Thank you for subscribing to the channel. Kent Kearney says, when I paint my masterpiece, 7 days Bob Dylan tribute to the band. Let's see, most Bob Dylan songs, like I don't know the lyrics all the way through. Like, remember him playing that on that band concert, that last band concert, like When I Paint My Masterpiece.
I can't wait to get back home.
Yak Fisher says, oh man, I can imagine a broken spine. Just wow, that's pretty cool. Like a 6 watt for a 30-inch fish. All about how you play them. One of the Light Line World Records is a type of swordfish, like 500 plus. Oh, he's talking about not watts, weight. Yeah. Sporty says, huzzah, Matthew. Welcome to Ed's Club. Yak Fishing says, thank you, Sporty. Dennis Troy says, Matthew, welcome up. John Swamp Thing Ray says, I'm terminally ill. The blues are keeping me going. Ah, man, that's very unfortunate there. John, you just hang in there, man. I feel for you, man. Ron says, he played the Rainbow for 20 minutes. Matthew Felty says, thanks for the welcome. Glad you enjoying the show here, John. Matthew Phillips says, thanks for the welcome. Ron says, wouldn't be fit in his little net. Herbert Balquet says, what's up, Ed? How you doing, man? What's up? Ain't seen you on here in a while. Yak Fishing says, yeah, I bet. I wouldn't want to lose that fish either. 8H says, man, I rolled in the car 3.5 times, walked out with one cut on my skull, looked up at the moon with bright red blood in my face. The EMT girl told me I was cute. I've been satisfied ever since. Kent Kearney sends me $4. I appreciate that very much, man. Thank you for that super chat. Super chats are the life of the show. Y'all feel like tipping me, like shoot me a super chat. I do appreciate those a lot. Ron says, when are you starting that masterpiece, Ed? I might start a blues album maybe June, like when the wife's out of town. Herbert says, I meant Ed. Yeah, typo there. Yak Fishing says, keep praying, John. Seek alternative methods. Sporty Otter says, we got you, John. Ron says, hey, Ed, let's do a shot. Tell us a cool story, please. If I can think of one, let me see. One that's fit for public. Yeah, let's do a shot here. All right. Y'all tell me, y'all give me a vote here. Bacardi Black Rum, like about a $9 bottle of liquor, and some Ardbeg single malt Islay Scotch, about a $50 bottle of liquor. Y'all tell me, Scotch or rum? While I think of a story here, Yak Fishing says, "Dang, Sporty, you too seek alternative docks. You're in a place to do that. I think here in the States they run those type of docks away and keep them away." And Dennis Troy says, "Moon shining now, overhead, outside now." Sporty Otter says, "Yeah, conventional medicine failed me in the first place. Yet I had an infection in the muscle that was never treated. Now it's damaged beyond repair." Ron says, "It's late, Ed. No PG standard necessary." Okay, yeah. Fuckity fuck. Yak Fishing says, "Damn 8H, that sucked, bro." Ron says, "Scotch." Okay, vote for Scotch. George Ordway says, "Fire." Matthew Felty votes for Scotch. We got 2 votes for Scotch. Junior votes for Scotch. Sporty says, "I have 3 beats all the time, and sometimes I'm very clumsy and fall or drop off because my head has no oxygen." 8H says, "Yak, I'm looking at the moon right now in the U.S. and remembering to play guitar." Taylor Langley says, the maker's mark behind you. There's nothing in there. It's empty. John says, "Much appreciated. On the bright side, I'm going to be heading into the studio soon to record a blues single." I want to hear that when you come out with it. Curtis says, "Scotch." Sporty Otter says, "Be sure to let us hear it, John." Ron says, "When I did that 8H, it was 4 times, and the guys that came weren't cute, but they were the best and saved my life." Okay, looks like it's going to be Scotch here. Let me rack my brain for a silly story from Ron. Let's see here. All right. Okay, like y'all were talking about Southern Comfort earlier. I'll tell y'all about the one time I drank Southern Comfort. You know, I was like probably early 20s. You know, didn't know nothing about the stuff. I thought it was whiskey. Okay, you know, young, dumb, and full of cum. And so I went to the store, bought the fucking bottle of Southern Comfort. Like, yeah, there's gonna be some good whiskey right here, man. Like Janis Joplin was into this shit, right? And so me and my buddy drank the stuff, trying to record music in my kitchen. The only computer in the house back then was in the kitchen of my house, like still living with the rents, you know, with the parents. And we got fucked up on that bottle of Southern Comfort. Like stuff tasted like fucking peach flavored syrup. Like I did not know it was not whiskey. Let's see, some blank memories around that time. Don't know exactly what we did to piss my dad off, but he ran us out of the house with a shotgun, a double barrel shotgun. You know, drunk on Southern Comfort. We went out in the woods, like near the house, kind of hid, and he starts shooting and stuff, shooting at us. Pow, pow. Like, goddamn, you know. When I came to and kind of came down off the Southern Comfort, like I asked him, like, hey man, you fucking shot at me. Like, what the fuck, man? And he's like, oh no, I mean, if I wanted to hit you, I would have. And I believed him. I was just fucking with y'all. Like I wasn't gonna hit you or nothing. He was a good enough shot. Like he shot hawks out of the sky. And so it was like the partial memory kind of day of drinking Southern Comfort and getting shot at with a 12 gauge double barrel. Kind of a silly story there. The funniest part of it was when he said, no, if I wanted to hit you, I would have. I was just kind of fucking with you and stuff. And it's true. Like, I believed it. But, yeah, here we go. A little bit of single malt scotch, Ardbeg, out of the patented Ed Phillips Blue shot glass. Here we go. L'chaim, cheers, saludos, Kempai, down the hatch. Didn't really have that story planned out. Like, I don't have the hot sauce on it yet and all that good stuff and the seasoning. So I might tell that story again, like when I make it more funny. Ron says, that sucks, bro. Yak Fishing says, I hear you, Sporty. Ron says, I was treated urgently. 8H says, the 17 staple stitches caught all the girls' eyes at the bar when I was shooting pool. Sporty says, I lay Ardbeg for the win. PD goodness. Yeah, it's pretty good stuff, you know. Doesn't have as much smoke as the fucking Lefroy. Dennis Troy says, cheers. Sebastian says, man, that's an awesome story. Laughing over here. Says, cheers. Yeah, my good old dad. He was pretty trigger happy. He loved some gunplay. Kind of got used to like having guns pointed at me from time to time. So like living in fucking Dodge City at my house, like growing up. But I'm all right, man. Didn't fuck me up too bad. I still fucking like the guy, you know. He pulled a damn shotgun on me and my buddies one time. We were hanging out in my room like a fucked up on ecstasy, right? You know, ecstasy's like the love drug. All my punk buddies, like, we're sitting there like, oh man, you're so awesome, man. I love you, man. Like, you're the coolest person ever. Then my dad like bust in the door with a fucking shotgun, like, what the fuck are you dumb motherfuckers doing in here? Like, it's, you know, like we're all like on the fucking love drug and stuff. Kind of killed the buzz. Kind of killed that $30 a pill we spent on that stuff. 8H says, Ron, I'm in a big city. I think we got checking in like who got charged the most first. Fast Eddie says, hi, what's up, man? Sebastian says, that's a story for a song. Sporty says, does your dad have wild black curls like you, Edward? Now, he had pin straight black hair. Like my hair comes from my fucking mother, like I take after my mother. He had like just the straightest black hair. Sebastian says, LOL. Matthew Felty says, SoCo Shotgun Blues. Talk about South Carolina or SoCo Shotgun Blues. Curtis says, Shotgun Blues like a Lightning Hopkins song he had a hit with like back in the 40s or 50s, I think 40s. Chad Thompson says, heading out later, Ed. See you later, Chad. You have a good one. 88 says, would you rather have the vampire hair, though? I would rather have straight hair myself. I don't like having, like a big fro, but, I mean, you know, chicks dig it. You can play like a bar sometimes, and some drunk chick will come up like, can I feel your hair? Ron says, what's your mom like? They're very meek and mild, you know, kind of laid back. My dad was a hothead, you know, like a crazy redneck, right? My mom had an obsession with Oasis, like for some reason. I showed my mother like an Oasis concert like years and years ago, and she like got obsessed with them and started like collecting their bootlegs and stuff. He says, good combo, like my wife and me, right? 88 says, I hate chicks feeling my hair. I removed the first time, but I didn't like it. I was like 6 or 7 at a Yes concert in the 90s. Ron says, always loved it. Can't even straighten this stuff right now, like it's too humid. Junior says, how about at Willie Max when the 2 drunk guys handed their baby to you? Yeah, right, okay. So we were playing this place one night, like this guy who's drunk off his ass. I mean, like falling down drunk. And he's got a toddler in his hands. He's like, hey man, what the fuck is this? Like, and he walks up to me and like dropping the toddler, and I like as I remember, and I grabbed the toddler like, god damn dude, he's riding around with a fucking toddler like drunk as shit. And he's like, yeah, we better go to Augusta and get fucked up some more. Like, Jesus. I'm holding this toddler. I don't even know how to hold a baby and stuff. Like, I probably wasn't even holding him right. Like, yeah, I remember that. Which I was like about halfway drunk myself. That's the way I remember it. But yeah, like, the guy smashed off his ass, like just kind of walks up and a toddler falls into my hands. Sporty Otter says, I want to hear the story that Herbert mentioned. Yeah, I just told that one. 88 says, my mom used to take me to Walgreens, make me stand next to Hardy boxes to bathe the color for her. To pick the color for her. George Ordway says, John, I have a friend who's going through stage 4 right now. Get into autophagy or autophagy. Got through it by myself hard for the first 3 days. But autophagy comes from like fasting, right? Ron says a woman feeling anything is good. Am I right? Yeah. Kind of cool to have a chick's hands going through your afro and stuff. Yeah. 88 says check the color for. Ron says, Ed, you're hilarious. Appreciate that, man. Herbert says, yep. Sporty says, I can just imagine Edward's face perplexed with a baby. Right. Hey, kid, want a jam? I was just like trying to keep the guy from dropping the kid. He's about to drop it. The Redskin Garage says, when's the show start? Usually 8:30. Tonight we got a late start, like 10:30. But Wednesday, 8:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Dennis Troy says, now. Redskin says, playing guitar. Might play some in a second. Hang on. Camera came unhooked. About to come back on. Okay, here I am.
Whoa, man.
Sporty Otter says, noted, I will put the time on your live
Show me
review.
everything
Okay, cool.
that you know. Whoa, man.
And Sporty Otter says 8:30 Eastern time. He said, yeah, Eastern Standard
Show me
Time.
everything
Yeah.
that you know.
Redskin says, oh yeah, man, I'm hanging around. This is groovy. Appreciate it, man. Play some guitar just a little bit. Just got done playing a few licks, you know.
And you show me how to rock and roll.
Sporty says, yeah, pull up a chair, Redskin. Taylor Langley says, could you play Ain't No Sunshine? That's one that I never learned. Like a lot of bands do that. Like I never played that one in a band. I could probably do the riff to it. Let me see. Bill Withers. Let me see. It goes something like, ain't no sunshine when she's gone. I don't know the words. I know. Yeah, I don't really know it, but. Did my cigarette fall off there? Shit. Fell in the can, I think. Okay, well. Yeah, let me see here. Make sure I didn't drop that cigarette and burn my house down. Okay. There's the floor. Okay. There with the hat.
Oh, man. Lord, I wish you could hear this song. Whoa, man.
Local Aiken man burns down studio with a cigarette.
Lord, I wish you could hear this song.
Sporty says, sit and chill with us. This is the show. Redskin says, I play very little. Kent Kearney says, know any Johnny Winter? I need to learn some Johnny Winter. He was a great guitar player. You know, him and his brother, you know, old Edgar and stuff. Matthew Felty says, Rory Gallagher, need to learn some of his stuff too. Liking your tracks too, appreciate that. Sporty Otter says, Belfast Treasury, Rory. George Ordway says, predictions or what? I wish Brent well. Another one to watch after the live stream, Ed, is that link there. Have to check that out. Kent Kearney says, Stan Webb and Chicken Shack. I've heard of Chicken Shack. Redskin says, Other Pop, Waza. Kent Kearney says, custom SRV burn on guitar now. I was never one to put the cigarette in the headstock of the guitar like some of them people did back then. Curtis says, Ed, you're Jimmy style playing his own spot. I appreciate that, man. Sporty Otter says, this song sometimes tricks me when it starts. I keep thinking it's Catfish Blues from the intro. Taylor says, what about some Albert King? I can do some Albert King for you. Alrighty. Yeah, let's play one. Fucking cable out of my way.
If it wasn't for bad luck, I wouldn't have no luck at all. Bad luck and troubles, my only friend. I've been down ever since I was 10. Born under a bad sign. I've been down since I began to crawl. Wasn't for bad luck, I wouldn't have no luck at all. Cold wine and women, all I crave. Big bad woman gonna put me in my grave. Born under a bad sign. I've been down since I began to crawl. If it wasn't for bad luck, I wouldn't have no luck at all. I can't read, I never learned to write. My whole life has been one big fight. Born under a bad sign. I've been down since I began to crawl. If it wasn't for bad luck, I wouldn't have no luck at all. Born under a bad sign. I've been down since I began to crawl. If it wasn't for bad luck, if it wasn't for real bad luck, wouldn't have no luck at all. I'm a bad luck boy. I've had trouble on my mind. Backstreet's back, all right. Keep unhooking my camera. Keep stepping on it. Damn it. All right, we're back.
Kent Kearney says a Taylor Langley, great choice. A Redskin says a Sick Man. That's Vaughn and Hendricks combined. I appreciate that very much, man. Garrett Sweeney says sounding great. Taylor says hell yeah. Curtis says killing it. Redskin Garage says think his uncle might be Slash. I don't know. People say that like all the time. Like comparing me to Slash. Shit. Kent Kearney says bad sign. Redskin says play Scuttlebutton SRV. I'll do that for you. All right. Ron says sick. Appreciate that. Yak Fishing says Ed, you need a bottle of some good cognac. We have had cognac on the show before. We've had a bottle of Courvoisier like one time. We had a bottle of Hennessy one time on here. Good stuff. Kind of prefer the Courvoisier. I am the ladies' man, you know. Taylor Langley says, I remember when Albert King tried to diss Hendrix, but then he played the most badass rendition of Bad Sign. Yeah. I heard that clip too, like of old Albert King, like he was saying, yeah, that old Jimmy, like he was shit talking his use of effects and stuff. He would say he'd mash a button, make the guitar sound a certain way, then he'd mash another button, make the guitar sound a different way. For some reason, he didn't like that. Like all those old blues guys, you know, just play through a straight amp. Is that a scuttle button? Let's try that. I think I might have played that earlier. Did I? No, I don't know. I got it set right. Okay. Get the background stuff started here. Redskin says, oh man, slick, so sick. I appreciate that very much, man. Ron says, let's see, if you got to pick two concerts, hang on, it slipped past me here. Ron says, if I got to pick two concerts I never got to see, it would be SRV and Led Zeppelin. That'd be two good ones. Yeah, I never got to see those two. Yeah.
6 feet in the ground.
But yeah, I will see Metallica pretty soon. Like I've always wanted to see them one time. You know, like shit from my childhood. Sporty Otter says, I heard SRV the first time at Blues Fest Chicago before he was like all over the radio. His fire caught my ear from the stage and had to find out who he was. Sporty says, was it that early show and his, was it the early show and his very last? Yeah, he says something about that, right? Like an early show, like being at his last concert. Yeah. Ron says he attacked guitar with ferocity and no apologies. He fucking beat the hell out of that thing. Taylor says if I could go back in time, I'd 100% see Hendrix at Woodstock. Yeah. So the guy who ran the library at my high school, he was at Woodstock, named Dr. Harrison, and he missed Hendrix. Like he had to go to work on Monday morning. Like Hendrix played at like noon on Monday morning, something like that at Woodstock. Yeah, and he said, yeah, didn't get to see Hendrix. I was like, you fucking dumb motherfucker. Kent Kearney says cream at Royal Albert Hall. Yeah, that'd be a good one. Yeah. Sporty says he got clean, then he died. Moral is keep living how we want. George says a history question. Who played it first electric guitar recorded? Who played the first electric guitar recorded? That is a good question right there, and I don't know the answer. Yeah, might have been Les Paul, but I don't know, maybe somebody else.
When you're trying to say goodbye,
Have to look that one up.
but it goes so slow.
Dennis Troy says, nice Redskin Garage says, dang ding dag on man, that was absolutely killer, appreciate that. Ron says, that was insane, appreciate it, man. Sporty says, if I could go back, I'd want to see Free at Isle of Wight. Okay, yeah, that's old, what old Paul Rogers' first band. Ron says, my buddy just saw them. He said they were just as good as the old days, like he's in my band and wouldn't get it wrong. Yak Fishing says, I saw Metallica Justice tour, the Black Album tour. Damn, that's pretty cool. I was just getting into Metallica, that time period. Kind of a kid, when they came out with the Black Album and stuff. Ron says Metallica. We'll see. I'll do a review of it. Sebastian says, did he catch Creedence that night? Langley says, heard a lot of people missed Hendrix. This old hippie dude I used to work with left Woodstock that night. Hendrix got delayed to the morning. Yeah, he played early in the morning, Monday morning. About maybe 50, 60,000 people left when he played. Yak Fishing says, I saw Rod Stewart here in Atlanta in 1992. Girlfriend had to go. The level of musicianship was like nothing I've ever heard. There was so many women, had to wait in line to get to the men's bathroom.
Ain't nobody got that much to spend.
Yak Fishing says dozens of women. Yeah, I had to learn a Hot Legs one time for a party. It's the first and last time I ever sang it. And Dennis Troy says, all right now, talking about Free with Paul Rogers. Ron Swanson says the Les Paul might have been, first electric guitar player on record. Yak Fishing says, hell yeah, I won't always. I won't anyways. Sporty Otter says, I read that Rod's bringing back a Small Faces thing. It's like his old band from the 60s. Ron Swanson says, and the man Les Paul was the designer. They did have electric guitars before him, but he kind of made them popular. They had the Rickenbacker frying pan guitar, probably the first electric guitar with plastic frets on it.
She's seen me out walking the streets.
Ron says, with engineers, Sporty Otter says, a reunion of those still alive or something, but for me, Small Faces needs Ronnie Lane. Kent Kearney says, smoking. I try to make Chicago for iconic superstars. Good crowds and vibes. Yak Fishing says, wow, Faces. Ron Swanson says, there were electric guitars before that, but they all sucked and were not viable. Yeah, what I was just talking about, yeah, with plastic frets, like on the Rickenbacker frying pan. Ominous says, I've seen Nirvana in 1991 at the Bronx. There's a Calgary show bootleg just surfacing. Damn, man.
Lost all my money.
I wish I could have seen Nirvana too, yeah.
Now I'm so broke I'll be begging for scraps.
Probably one of the early bands that got me into rock and roll. Like I was about 9 or 10, like when Kurt was still like kicking and stuff. That's fucking awesome. Sporty Otter says, yeah, Chicago is truly a music town like none other. It's a big blues town. Curtis says, I'd go back to see Hendrix Machine Gun live. Yeah, on that Band of Gypsies record. Sebastian says, CCR were at Woodstock. When they went on, everyone was passed out like 2 a.m. Right, yeah. My teacher guy at the library at high school, like he told me some stories from Woodstock, like nothing interesting, but like he just said, like I saw, he said I saw fucking Santana, like I'd never heard of them, and I seen Crosby, Stills and Nash, and never heard of them, and it was like their second concert or something. He said they sounded weak and stuff. Ron says, fine form tonight, Ed. Appreciate that. Matt Evans says, music is too loud. Bit difficult to hear you. Okay, I'll turn it down like a little bit. Let's see if I can get it down a notch. Let's try that. Yeah, sometimes I get the music too loud. Don't know what it sounds like now. Like, got no monitors. Alrighty. Dennis Troy says, yep, Ron. Yak Fishing says, yeah, Ed's on fire. Appreciate that. Ron says, Matt, you have been absent so long. Matt Evans says, yeah, just saw I'm still a moderator. Sporty Otter says, had so many face-to-face adventures with rock legends in Chicago. Just happened. Yeah, I bet up there, yeah. Let me see it. Ron says, ominous, that's sick, brother. Ron says, I wish I was there. Dennis Troy says, Matt Mod. Yak Fishing says, well, I've met and hung out with several too, Sporty. Pretty lucky for that. Most of the real famous people I've met, like are important people, were bluegrass people. Met Bill Monroe, like he's a rock and roll Hall of Famer, plays bluegrass. Well, dead now, long dead. Sporty says, I told her earlier tonight about painting the town with Jimmy Cliff. Matt Evans says, perfect volume now. Thanks. Okay, yeah. You have to tell me these things. I ain't got no monitors. Like, except these speakers up here, and I can't hear like how loud my voice is compared to the music and stuff. Ron says, I did my research every time I went to a concert and found myself face to face with them. Sporty Otter says, a short one was insulting David Lee Roth in his limo because he creeped me out. I bet. Look, Yak Fishing says, yeah, Dave is a creep. Sporty says, you have the coolest eyes. I said, you have the creepiest eyes. I flew out the door like popcorn. Now, like me, like David Lee Roth or Elvis or like Hendrix or somebody like that. Like if they hit on me and stuff, like I'd probably like at least like make out with them, like just for the fucking story, You're like, yeah, I'll be like gay for just a minute, just to make out with, Elvis, or just for the story. Let's see. Taylor says, it'd be cool if you got Kirk to sign your wah-wah pedal. Oh, yeah, that fucking Kirk Hammett, like, loves wah-wah pedals. Ron says, just got to know where no one else will be and intercept them on the way to the bus. They were always cool when the masses were not around. Kent Kearney says, I recognize Buddy Guy at O'Hare. And rather than drew attention, just said real deal. Yeah, I missed him one time when he came around here. Buddy Guy. Sporty says, I told Arlo Guthrie about going to jail for protesting, and he told the audience about it. I said, that's cool, that's cool. Redskin Garage says, shred them strings. That was a face melter. Appreciate that, man. Ron says, couldn't get near AC/DC though. They had an army present. Oh yeah, I bet they did. Yeah, had like 20 tractor trailers when I seen them. Taylor says, Kenny Wayne Shepherd is from my hometown. I met him at Walmart one time, but he was like a major douchebag, or he was hungover or something. I mean, like kind of a fucking blah, like blues artist too. Kind of a classic rock asshole, really, pretty much. Kenny Wayne Shepherd. Ron says, some guys tried it, but they got wrecked. Like Robin Spangler says, Charlie Christian was playing electric guitar in the late 30s and early 40s. Probably about that time. Yeah. Yak Fishing says, nah, Kenny has that reputation. Ron says, Ed would have turned them out. Honest says, Ominous says, me too. Bill is friends with folks from the Louisiana Hayride, playing the touring circuit. John 5 covered a song with LA Rats. I've been everywhere. And Matt Evans says, Taylor, interesting story. I got arrogant vibes from Kenny Wayne Shepherd, great guitar player too. Yep. Seems like that kind of guy. Taylor says, I got Buddy Guy to sign my shitty old acoustic. It was cool as fuck. Shit. He's fun live. Like, I mean, what I've seen, like, y'all fucking think I cuss a lot? Like, he cusses a lot, too. Let's see. George Ordway says, I'd like to see Deep Purple after they lost everything. That would have been interesting. Kent Kearney says, I sat in Group W bench just before Thanksgiving in the Twin Cities. Let's see. Arleo Motorcycles. Sporty Otter says, I got drunk with Buddy because he hired friends of mine from college in his club, a band called Howard and the White Boys. so Buddy Guy had a band called Howard and the White Boys. That's just pretty funny. Ron says, Canadian $6.99 in a super chat. A shot and a song, please, Ed. We can do that. All right. I appreciate that super chat very much, man. Super chats are the life of the show. I do appreciate those a lot. Let's do a shot. Let's sing a song. Let's see. What's our choices here? All right. We got the Moonshine from Tennessee, the Corn Liquor, and we've got some Ardbeg Scotch Whiskey Single Malt from ILA. Y'all tell me, corn or Scotch? Do that shot, smoke this cigarette, and we'll sing Ron a song here. Kent says, damn it, slipped past me. Let's see, Kent says, Buddy Guy's right down from Congress Hotel now. I think he stopped touring, didn't he? Like 80 something. Redskin Garage says, I'm surprised that's not a hand-rolled cigarette. Is that still the cool thing, or am I just old? I just buy the machine-rolled ones. It's a Lucky Strike, though. You know, pretty old-fashioned. Sporty says, George Ian can still sing in nearly the same octave he ever did. That's pretty cool. Sporty says, the name of the Howard and the White Boys began as a joke at a college party, but it stuck. Curtis says, do you know how to play Riviera Paradise? I don't think I know that one. Sporty says, Kilty Scotch is my vote. All right, got a vote for Scotch. Kent Kearney says, White Boys, Buddy's a treasure. Ron says, how about Good Liquor Carry Me Down? I'll do that for you. All right. Taylor says, just kill the backwash, moonshine. So a vote for Scotch and a vote for corn. What kind of votes we got here? Ron votes for moonshine. Matt Evans says, one positive I'll say is cool about Kenny Wayne Shepherd is him going on tour with that 90-year-old Bobby Rush. Also, props to Mr. Rush for getting on planes and doing gigs at that age. Sporty Otter says, look them up, Kent. Those shows of Howard at Buddy's are on YouTube. Ron says, just read that. Sporty says, John Mayer was there that night. Ron says, let's see. No respect for good liquor. Get them votes in, y'all. I think we got like 2 votes for corn liquor and 1 vote for Scotch. Like y'all tell me. George Ordway says 5 by 5. Taylor says it's about out. It's probably half backwash at this point. Like what? I pour it in shot glasses, so there's really no backwash in there. Yak Fishing says, helped build Aerosmith Pump Stage, the first mock-up as it was designed for the first show of the tour. After it was built, hung at the soundboard with their sound engineer, a friend at the time. Kent Kearney says, Buddy Guy, damn right, tour 2025. I'm going to have to catch him. Yak says, took about a week. Sporty Otter says, Buddy's a gent and his grin feels like soul sunshine. Redskin says, favorite strings, Ernie Ball, or for acoustics, Martin strings. Ron says, you pick Ed, I'll do what you do, Scotch or clear. Curtis says, corn. Ron says, I'll have a shot of Scotch here left. I have 1 shot of Scotch here left. Yak Fishing says, corn, save the good stuff. Ron says, the jars are flush. Taylor says, Kenny Wayne Shepherd's dad was a big radio DJ, had concerts in the industry, so he got pretty much famous because of his dad. Oh, okay. Yeah. John says, Dean Markley, 10 through 46, talking about probably some electric strings there. Matt Evans says, is it literally moonshine? Well, we don't have that in England. I only know about it from watching Dukes of Hazzard in the 80s. I mean, it's store-bought, but it's pretty close to the street stuff. Yes, basically, yeah, straight up like moonshine, but commercial. Kent Kearney says, know any Doyle Hardgrave? I don't think so. All right, guess we'll do some moonshine here. Damn, Dukes of Hazzard. I used to watch reruns of that when I was a kid. Just a good old boy. Wouldn't change if they could. Fighting the system like a true modern day Robin Hood. All right. 120 proof this stuff. Actually, like there was one guy like on the Dukes of Hazzard, like one of the guys, his name was Tom Schneider, I think, and his brother Mike Schneider was a banjo player, like had a bluegrass band. I've seen him a few times. Ron says a sour mash liquor, strong too. Yak Fishing says strings, Diodario and Ernie Balls, super slinky. That's what I use, Ernie Balls, yeah. Ron says, I was afraid you would say that, Ed. Leland says, woke up, took another Norco. I'd like to hear some rockin' blues on that Riviera. All right. We'll try like an electric version of Good Liquor Carry Me Down then, that Ron requested there. Sporty says, Edward, please post that you saw the review on the post. Oh, okay, I'll do that. Says, backs me up in strength of it for newcomers. If you post yourself, PR strategy. Yeah, I'll post that. I'll repost that on my YouTube there. Sebastian says, I watched my share of it. And Knight Rider and Bill Bixby, Incredible Hulk from the 70s. Had to watch all those old shows like in rerun form and stuff. Leland says Daisy Dukes twins. Kent Kearney says God bless Popcorn Sutton Shine Master. Yeah, that guy was good. Seen one of his stills one time in Maggie Valley, like at a distillery they had there. Had one of his stills like on display. All right, here we go. A little bit of corn liquor from the patented Ed Phillips Blue shot glass. Let's hit it. Cheers. Kim Pi, L'chaim, Slinta, Saludos, all that good stuff. Now let's do some blues picking here. Cut this AC off. Okay, Ron wanted to hear some Good Liquor Carry Me Down. I'll try it on the electric here. Little Bill Brunsey song, like back in the 40s.
Well, I know a little girl, about 16 years old. She said, Bill, stop drinking, I will satisfy your soul. I just keep on drinking. I keep on drinking. I'm gonna keep on drinking till good liquor carry me down. When I wake up in the morning, holding the bottle tight. When I wake up, doors, it's just a gallon out of sight. Well, I just keep on drinking. I keep on drinking. I'm gonna keep on drinking till good liquor carry me down. When I went to the doctor with my head in my hands, doctor said, Big Bill, I think I had to give you monkey glands. Well, I just keep on drinking. I keep on drinking. I'm gonna keep on drinking till good liquor carry me down. Well, my woman told me stop drinking and come on home. If you don't, Big Bill, some man gonna carry your business home. Well, I just keep on drinking.
drinking. I'm gonna keep on drinking till good liquor carry me down. A little bit of Big Bill Brunsey right there. Kent Kearney says, House of Blues. Redskin George says, oh, killing it. Appreciate that. Sporty Otter says, yeehaw. Yak Fishing says, please don't forget the like button, folks. It helps the channel reach the masses. Yep, hit that like button. Subscribe to this channel if you're not subscribed. And, share it on your social media. All that good stuff. Sporty says, Redskins and Ed Head now and will be back with us. Can feel it. Oh, yeah. Come on back, man. Kent says, harps are harping. Redskin says, love y'all. Love you too, man. Sporty Otter says, nice to feel seen, isn't it? Sporty says, why we keep coming back. Ron says, thanks. That was cool. Cool. Appreciate that. Redskin says, beating on them things. Taylor says, what's your professional opinion on not playing with a pick? I use my thumb as a pick like Albert King. That's perfectly fine. Yeah, I mean, sometimes I don't use a pick like on certain things, but mostly use a pick. But yeah, totally fine to do that. Leland says, nice, appreciate it, man. 4 o'clock in the morning here, but got on late, so we might go to like 4:30 and probably quit. Might have one more beer here. Oh yeah, the fucking Michelob Ultra, man. We're about to get fucked up here in this bitch. Frank says 3 o'clock in the afternoon here. I believe he's in Thailand. And Sporty Otter says 1 beer for the road. Ron says, I'm with you, man. Sporty says 10 a.m. here, talking about in good old Deutschland. Yak Fishing says, okay, folks, it's been a blast. Sporty, Ron, and the rest, good talking to y'all. You have a good one, man. Come back next time. Normal time for this show is like 8:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on Wednesday. Matt Evans says, how many beers or shots before your playing becomes a mess? Like, serious question. I can't play after about 1.5 beers. It takes a lot for me to really suck. Like I've been playing guitar so long. Like a banjo, on the other hand, I get like good and drunk, like can't do shit on a banjo. Sporty says, I'd have to pee every 4 minutes if I sloshed all the beer in that Ed does. Shit, I had like 3 beers tonight, like mostly doing shots. Taylor says, peace, Yak. Ron says, take it easy, Yak. Matt Evans says, 9 a.m. here. I believe he's in over there in merry old England or somewhere in Britain. Let's see, Sporty says, see you, Yak. Kent says, 3 a.m. Minnesota. About an hour behind me, yeah. Redskin says, later, Yak. Frank says, Ko Chang, Thailand. Come visit Ed. Yeah. Might go over there one day, like more likely to go to China, like my wife makes me. Ron says, after a while, you drink a beer and you pee a beer. Pretty much, yeah. You rent beer. Taylor Langley says, I just started getting in the zone after about 6, but that might just be me. Yeah, it takes about 6, yeah. But with all these shots, like, you know, you get in the zone pretty quick. Like George says, great to see everyone. Please keep everyone that is in dire straits in your mind. I'll do that. Ron says, 3 shots in, I'm still getting better. 6 and I get worse. Right. Ron says, it depends on how fast you drink them. Ron says, Ed is good no matter what really. Yeah, I just start like stuttering and talking like this, like when I drink shots all night. But, you know. Yak Fishing says, Edward, thanks for letting me hang out with you, bro. What a blast. I waited all week to join in with you here. Looking forward to next week. Until then, I'll be catching up on the old shows and videos. Cool, man. Appreciate that a lot. Sporty Otter says, Taylor, I like a thumpy thumb pick myself. Unless I'm trying to play like John Hurt, then a thumb pick helps. Like most of the time I'm using a pick. Like sometimes like I'll use my bare thumb. Yak Fishing says, you're the goods, Ed. Thank you, my friend. Well, I appreciate that very much, man. You're welcome. Sporty Otter Pop says, you'll have a library of fun then, Yak. Leland says, 106 California. Sporty Otter says, reliving these opuses. Taylor says, hell yeah, nice. I'm not alone then. Sporty says, no, I love the lows, and the thumb just feels richer, but that's just opinion. George Ordway says, Yak, great stuff. I happen to know that Blind Blake like played with the bare thumb, but he had like a hell of a callus on it. Like fucking Bill Brunzi said that. Ron says, you don't really, Ed. You're practically normal even now. You know, just kind of like not enunciating very good, you know. Got a few shots in me. Matt Evans says, thanks, Ed. I'm off to start my day. You have a good one, man. Taylor Langley says, I can't play as fast with my thumb as say SRV, but I make it work. Kent Kearney says, yak fishing instead of wishing. So Matt, like if you're in like England, right? Like I believe you were. I wouldn't want to like say like, oh, you know, like you're some Scottish guy, and like I say he's in England. Like what? I'm not in fucking England. I'm in Scotland. You know, like Scottish people like get offended like that. Like. Taylor says, I just read that. Kent Kearney says, yak fishing instead of wishing. Sonny Ray says, lewd, have mercy. Redskin says, hope y'all don't mind. I mellow out. Go right ahead, man. Sporty says, this week I dropped my E string to D first time in my life. Like, feels so good this step. Redskin sends me a skunk. Like Ron says, that's cool, Sporty. Drop D is different. Yeah, the Kurt Cobain thing, right? Leland says, who's the cat who used 9 strings on his guitar? There was an old blues guy, like, was it Big Joe Williams? Like, used 9 strings? Sporty says, Ron, I'm still very anxious about tuning. Doesn't come easy for me. And Kent Kearney says, yeah, Big Joe Williams. Ominous says Hawkwind. I guess he means Hawkwind with Lemmy Kilmister. That was a good band. Ron says, do you mean Dadgad? Curtis says, do you like Alice in Chains? Yeah, I mean, like as far as grunge stuff, like I'm more of like a Nirvana guy, but I did like Alice in Chains. I was there, man. Like, it was like probably like 9 or 10 years old, you know, when grunge came out. Like that's like right when I got into rock and roll, like an MTV and stuff. Sporty says, my 12-string tuning is very intimidating. It is very intimidating, like it kind of like a pain in the ass, like a 12-string. Sporty says, no drop D. Mad Max says, Rob, sorry for my lack of conversation. I'm just sober as fuck at the moment. You poor man. George says, one of the things I love is so many people around the world are here every Wednesday night. Yeah, I can't believe like I get all these people from like all over the place. Like, especially like have no idea like how I attracted like so many Canadians and Brazilians and stuff like that. Like earlier tonight, like I told my daughter, like, yeah, I'm gonna push the show back. Like there's probably gonna be a lot of drunk Canadians that are pissed off tonight. Like, it's like, you know, just more blues fans in certain places. Like kind of, you know, the shit's kind of stale in America. Like nobody likes it here in America. Sporty says, yeah, here's real time. Sporty says, LOL, Ron, right? I used to tell people it was my special secret exotic tuning. Ron says, okay. Taylor says, at least no French. I do get like a French person like every now and then. Sporty says, out of tune? What are you talking about? This is a secret tuning. Leland says, J.R. Kimbrough, feels so good. Killer song. Yeah, I need to learn some more of his stuff. He was like a hill country guy, I believe. Like Mississippi. Sporty says semi-French. Yeah. Curtis says, I'm in Tennessee right now. Not much for the blues scene, sadly. Yeah, like not here either. Yeah. Ron says nobody's perfect. Like here in South Carolina, like at least this part of South Carolina, you know, you play somewhere, it's like, you don't know no fucking Black Crows. Like, come on, man. Taylor says, you're good people, though. Ron says, she is. Frank says, you got quality in your playing, Ed. That's why you got fans. I appreciate that, man. Yeah, hope I do a good job on the playing and stuff. Redskin says, I'm in North Carolina. Okay. Yeah, I actually have more fans like in North Carolina than South Carolina, like on YouTube. I happen to know that because I got the stats and stuff. Kent says, R.L. Burnside, jumper on the line. I have to relearn that one. I did a video on it. George says, Ed, best or worst punk? Worst punk? Probably Blink, like, or Sum 41. The best punk? Maybe, oh wow. Let me think here. Dead Kennedys. Ron says, you're good, man. Ron says, good one, George. Dollar says, I'm sorry, I haven't been around. Been getting worked like a dog. At least the money is good. Oh, that's good. Taylor says, G.G. Allen. Yeah, big G.G. Allen fan. Myself, yeah. kind of partial to anal cunt too. Seen them when I was 18. Grindcore type of stuff, like noisecore. Damn it, dropped my smoke. Leland says, before he made it, dude from Black Keys used to go home after school and listen to Junior Kimbrough. Oh, that's shit. Curtis says, my nephew makes doom metal. It's kind of like the Black Sabbath-y kind of sounding stuff, like Electric Wizard and stuff like that. Leland says, killer punk, rocket from the tombs. Don't know if I know that one. Might have to wear my G.G. Allen shirt like next show. I had a G.G. Allen shirt when I was like 18. A buddy of mine copped it and then died, and so he got to keep it. And I bought the exact same shirt like about a year ago. And let me see here. Taylor says, do you fuck with Norwegian black metal? I've got like some damn Mayhem and stuff like that. Yeah, heard a little bit of that. Had a good buddy who was like a huge metalhead, and he introduced me to some of that stuff, and he actually drank himself to death, like literally, like did the old John Bonham thing and puked and choked on it, and he gave me some like good like black metal records. Mad Max says, was listening to some Wasp, some hair metal. They had a cool song called "Fuck Like a Beast." I can't stand cock rock, but they, like Wasp had a couple good songs. Dollar says, when is your next band stream? With the whole band, like, usually don't get on here, like, too much, like, technical crap, but Ron says, listen to Rancid, sort of, like Sublime, yeah, Sublime was really good, like, more of like a ska, like, reggae type band. He says, I like both. He says, Dropkick Murphys, always liked the Irish stuff, yeah, good band there. Mad Max says, I've seen Poison live. I saw the damn Yankees when I was 10. So, yeah, good old cock rock. But my sister liked Rancid a lot. I was really big on Sublime because that record came out when I was in high school. Like right after the guy died, like we didn't know the guy was dead, like when the record came out. And Curtis says the band Scorpion was pretty good. Yeah, the most German of German cock rock bands, Scorpion. Mad Max says, I read that. Let's see, Taylor says, you ever get a chance, watch Lords of Chaos. It's about mayhem. Oh, okay, yeah, I'll watch that. All right. The guy fucking shot himself, and they made like a necklace out of his teeth and shit. Rancid was similar. Yeah, it kind of did like reggae beat stuff. Yeah. That song like Ruby, 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 Ruby Soho. Ron says, damn Yankees, taking me back to my childhood. Yeah, I saw them when I was like 9 or 10 years old. We were there to see Ted Nugent, right? It's kind of a super group, you know, had like Tommy Shaw in the band, like the fucking dude from like, what, Night Ranger, like Jack Blade. Kent says, China White Scorpions on 11 volume. Yeah, you know, like 80s cock rock, kind of a sore spot for me. Like, not a big fan of like a lot of that stuff. Like, kind of like the Crew, like Motley Crue. You know, damn Yankees because of Nugent. You know, Scorpions, like, little too German. You know, Poison, like, yeah. Leland says, got a whole titanium knee in me now. Oh shit! Yeah, them fucking knee replacements. That's hell there. Got a drummer in a band I'm in who got like a double hip replacements, like he's using a walker and stuff. Mad Max says, do you like Smashing Pumpkins? I've seen them as well. That's a pretty decent band. Yeah, Billy Corgan and stuff. He owns NWA Wrestling now. Taylor says, Nugent is living the redneck version of Jimmy Buffett, like shooting hogs out of helicopters and shit. Right. Redskin says, is the entertainer too much to ask to play? I can do that for you. Yeah. That'll be like my one for the road. All right. Kent Kearney says, ever explore Rainbow with Dio, Stargazer? My dad was a big fan of Rainbow, like Richie Blackmore's Rainbow, yeah. Don't know too much of their stuff, though. I think he saw them back in the 70s or early 80s, maybe. Ron says, Green Day bugs me. Like, for us, like me and my buddies, Green Day was kind of like the gateway band into punk. Like, we heard Green Day in middle school, then got into the hard stuff like later. Okay, yeah, been drinking shots all night and stuff. Let me see if I can fuck up the entertainer for y'all. Might not be pretty, but... Mad Max is always Ramones for me. Yeah, that was the OG punk band there. something resembling The Entertainer by Scott Joplin, some old ragtime stuff about 120 years ago. Ragtime, probably the beginning of popular music today, and the precursor to jazz music. Leland says Nugent has a badass singer. Talking about God damn it, David St. Holmes. Yeah. Redskin says saw that in your videos and couldn't believe my eyes just now. Oh, I appreciate it, man. He says, yo, I can't not believe my eyes and ears. Rolling over crying. I appreciate that, man. Taylor says, hell yeah. Redskin says, that was awesome. Thank you very much. Mad Max says, do you like Jack White? I like some White Stripe stuff. You know, had friends who were into him, like when I was younger, like when they were like still together. And yeah, heard a lot of their stuff. Had a girlfriend that like had every album they ever had. Yeah, they had some good shit. Leland says, how old is the Riviera? It's like brand new, pretty much, like maybe 3 or 4 years old. Like I bought it new off the shelf at the guitar place, Guitar Center. Yeah, like Scott Joplin like wrote some badass stuff. Like you know, if you're into like ragtime, you had like Joseph Lamb also like wrote some really good stuff. George says great use of time. Shut up and play your guitar. Taylor says I can't believe they put Jack White at number 32 of Rolling Stone top guitarists. He could play. He did some good slide work sometimes, you know. Played them old cheap like pawn shop guitars like from the 60s, like airline guitars and stuff. But folks, it is 4:30. I think I might get the hell out of here. Ron says Jack White is only fired to be a roadie. Only fit to be a roadie. he was like, yeah, he was kind of like rough around the edges, you know. Kent says Metallica might play Rainbow, Dio, Stargazer, Tarot Woman, Kill the King on Hardwired to Self-Destruct. Oh, shit. Like a new album they're coming out with. Leland says, do you like older or newer electric guitars? Like mostly older stuff. Like I don't know much of anything like past about 1975. Ron says, one for the ditch head. All right. George says, who put that album out? Jeff Beck. Taylor says, Kurt Cobain, better guitarist in my opinion. I don't know. Okay, let me tell y'all here. I love Kurt Cobain. I remember like where I was at when Kurt Cobain died. Like a lot of people remember like what they were doing when Kennedy died and stuff. He was not a good guitar player. He was a songwriter, like, you know, different kind of thing. But yeah. That being said, I am a huge Nirvana fan, but Kurt, not a great guitar player. Not what he was there for. He was there to write cool songs, right? And we're gonna do a shot of scotch. Like, y'all have like deprived me of a lot of scotch tonight, like with y'all's votes for corn liquor and rum and stuff. Ron says, yeah, what are your hopes for the Metallica concert? Because hopes for songs, you know, they'll probably play all the ones I like. I would imagine, like some, you know, some Master of Puppet shit and Ride the Lightning, like stuff like that. I hope. I would imagine they would. Alrighty, just shot of scotch here. Mad Max says, I love Kurt, but he wasn't a good guitar player. Kurt was a poet, not a shredder. You're right, yeah, pretty much. Like he knew how to like write melodies and put it to chords. Mad Max says, I don't even think he cared. Yet he didn't care about being good on guitar. Like Ominous says, I like Jim Croce. He was pretty good. Dollar says, remember when I heard the news about Kurt? Yeah, I did. Like I like know the fucking room, like in the smell in the room and stuff. It's kind of like you know, like where were you when John Kennedy got shot? Like that kind of thing. And Ron says, Enter Sandman. Can I still do Sandman? Like, don't know the fucking words, but Sandman on the hollow body. Let's see. Crank it up here. There's one that Blind Willie McTell wrote back in 1936. Taylor says, I mean, he was creative on the guitar for his music. Yeah, very creative, Kurt was. Says, get it, brother. Appreciate that. George says, my cousin called me to let me know when the news broke. He was in high school and needed someone to talk to about what was on the news. Yeah, I heard it from Kurt Loder, like on MTV News. All right. Shot of scotch here. Some good old smoky Ardberg. Here we go. Saludos, Kim Pie, L'chaim, all that good stuff. Bottoms up. Kent says that the air went out of the building. MTV Seattle. And Taylor Langley says, cue the wah-wah pedal. Yeah, I don't have one on me right now. Yeah, that wah solo, right. Mad Max says, does Ed have a wallet? Yeah, we got one, but not on me, like right now. Ron says, I played this song when I was a teenager, minute solos. He says, cool, Ed, appreciate it. Redskin says, sick man, woohoo, appreciate it, man. Ron says, can't remit it all now. Can't remit it at all. Johnny RNRS says, Jesus, Ed, you're up late. It's 9:30 in the morning here in Ireland. Just getting up and having coffee. Yeah, I kind of got on here late, like 10:30 at night, and I'm about to get off here. Kent Kearney says, Barnum and Bailey, eat your heart out, ladies and gentlemen, Metallica. Mad Max says, about 2:35 in Canada. And Ron says, remember us the solos. Says, I'm sorry, I'm shuddering and stammering. I think I've smoked me a cigarette, like drink some more of this beer, and we'll get off of here. Yes, 4:37 right now. Past my bedtime, like 4 o'clock, like in the morning, like about past my bedtime. Taylor says, time for another beer for me. Ron says, stuttering, bullshitting, and drinking, right? Let's see. Ron says, have huge chance and fingers. My battery died. And have huge hands and fingers. My battery died. My tablet. So now I'm trying to use my smartphone. Gotta get you a fucking like a old, good old boomer computer, man. Like, I've got like a real computer in front of me, like a tower down here, like a fucking monitor. About all I use. Like, got another computer in my house. Leland says, I dig that Riviera. What were you thinking when you bought it? I'd always wanted one. Like, I just kind of liked the way they looked. And I walked into a music store, a Guitar Center, on the way to a gig to buy strings and picks and stuff like that. I saw it on the wall on clearance. And it's like $500. And I said, well, you know what, man? I ain't got the money for it, but I'll fucking buy it. Like, I want it. I bought it. Took it to the gig, like, played it. Mad Max says, sorry, got on here late. Usually have other interests like films, comics, books. Ron says, I suck on this thing. See, Taylor says, Mad Max, for sure. Are you a bot? Ron says, yeah, Ed says smartphone plus me equals stupid comments. Yeah, I'm more of like a traditional fucking computer guy, like a PC guy. Mad Max says, wow, I don't believe Mad Max is a bot. He's been here a while. Ron says, laughing my ass off. George says, north of me in Canada, it's 5:37 maritime time. We're an hour later here in the Maine woods. Redskin says, it's been nice chilling with y'all, Ed. You're too cool for school, man. This has been insane. I appreciate that, man. Taylor says, my next guitar is a PRS Custom 24, but it's like $3,500. Worth it, though. That fucking SE, I got like a cheaper one. It's like $900 or something like that. Like, it's really good. Ron says, I have hands and fingers of an old school arm wrestler, which I train for still. Mad Max is no bot. Yeah, he ain't. Mad Max says, unless he buys his followers, which I highly doubt. No, I got mine organically. Sonny Ray says, I love how you let the space breathe. Less is more, right? Oh, yeah. Ron says, I arm wrestle and come sometimes. comps. Okay. But yeah, you can kind of see how I do in a fucking arm wrestling contest. Like, probably suck at it. Fucking Ed with the fucking, like, 5-inch pythons there. Kent Kearney says a Ray's Music Exchange, a Ray Charles, Riviera. Taylor says you sounded sort of bodish. No offensive, bro, my bad. Ron says I do come sometimes. Ron says arm size doesn't matter. Shit, really? Seems like it would like come like kind of from your triceps, like an arm wrestling, like from down here. Mad Max says I don't use my real name, LOL. Ron says wife loves it too. Leland says those CE24s are great too, $500. I think that one I got like I think it's like about $800-900, something like that. That PRS I got. Ron says it's mostly hand and wrist if you know what to do. Oh, okay. Especially on amateur level. It's like when I do this with my arms, like I notice my tricep down here like kind of tightens up. Taylor says they are made in Indonesia or some shit though, aren't they? I think the one I got's like from Korea. George Ordway says I'm short and kept my own, all about leverage. Never got beat, but could not ever win with my arm being so much shorter. Ron says yeah, triceps matters, but not as much as shoulder, wrist, and hand. Probably got pretty good wrist, like from playing guitar, but
I'll be coming home soon.
And playing with myself, like Kent Kearney says, ask your dad, Ed. We used to arm wrestle in 1975. Technique. My dad's like passed away and stuff. Unfortunately, like he could probably beat me at arm wrestling. Like Taylor says, I'm out, brother. GN and chat. See you later, Taylor. You have a good one. I'm probably out pretty soon too. Leland says, new knees killing me. 2 days old. Nighty night. See you later, Leland. You have a good one. Redskin says later, Tater. Ron says, yeah, that's how I train. I tell the wife not to touch me. Then in a few months, I'm fit for competition. Yeah, like if I fucking took like steroids, like my wrist would be like this big around probably. That's the end of that cigarette. This is a good luck with the new knees, George says. Ron says, I gotta be the only guy with a broken spine that steel arm wrestles. Laugh my ass off. Kent says, like tiring your opponent. Ron says, Ed, where do you get your height from? Probably my mom's side of the family. Like Like my dad's side of the family, like all little people and stuff. Just a bunch of tall people, like in my mom's family. My daughter's like 5'8", and I'm 6'2". But Mad Max says, yes, good night, Ed. Have some more blues for tomorrow. You have a good one, man. Ron says it welded. No, so I'm good. Like her dad. Cut this damn air conditioner on. So kill this beer. Probably be out of here. I'm a big old boy. I ain't got no size to me. I'm, kind of scrawny, but I'm tall. Like a beer belly, I can probably do a good belly flop in a pool or something. George Ordway says, any thoughts on coming on before next Wednesday? Might can do Saturday, possibly. Ron says, you underestimate yourself, Ed. I mean, physically, like the fights I've been in, but about 50-50. Got my ass kicked a few times, beat up some people a few times. Ron says Saturday would be cool. Yeah, I can probably do Saturday. Yeah, I'm doing a sound gig on Friday. George says, great. But like running, like I'm pretty good at running. Like I can fucking run circles around people. Like you can like fucking run a mile and pick up 100 pounds. Like you're probably like doing better than most people in North America. You'll probably like live through a war and stuff. Ron says, a cool stream, Ed. I tried to help with the super chats, but I'm not wealthy. I appreciate those very much, man. Like, thank you for those. And Sheepy says, greetings from Barcelona, Spain. Always great music here. I appreciate that very much, man. Muchas gracias. Now, kill this beer. We'll call it at 5 o'clock. Ron says, let's do something dumb. All right, like what? Let's murder a fucking prostitute, man. Like, fuck it. George Ordway says, hi, Spain. He says, I don't know. Kent Kearney says, Barcelona. Sheepy says, do you like any Robert Belfour tunes? Yeah, like some of his stuff. He was like a hill country bluesman. Have to learn some stuff by him. I got one song I did by him on a Patreon. Have to relearn that, called "Meet Me in the City." Yeah. Ron says, "How about a drink that we don't need?" Oh, okay. Dumb shit. Let's see. Let's just fucking like like go pay a homeless guy to take a dump on us and stuff. Like George says, do you know Hendrix's version of Watchtower? Yeah, but I mean, even with a band, like it sounds like shit. Like it's so psychedelic on the record. Kind of hard to do that one, like solo acoustic. Me and Ron are gonna go find some homeless guy and like jack him off and stuff. And all right, let's do a shot, Ron. Mad Max says, I was playing some drums today, not guitar though. Yeah, I mean, I ain't no drummer, but I do have a drum set back there. I play it sometimes. Sheepy says, I think he was underrated. It probably was. Yeah, he was a very good blues guitarist and stuff. Ron says, let's pay a homeless guy to fight for a prize. Yeah, people do that on YouTube. All right. One more shot, I guess, Ron. Mad Max says, I use a DW kit. That's some good stuff there. I kind of suck at drums. You can probably hear that from hearing my fucking album. He says, Ron says, really? Laughing my ass off it? Yeah, he says, yeah, like earlier, you said, like, how about a drink that we don't need? Like, Kent says, Ron, that's what Soros is doing to us. Or George Soros. He says, Scotch, big guy. All right. Probably bigger than me. Like, like from what I can gather, like Ron is a husky type of guy. From the cold, frozen north, like kind of like a Yukon Cornelius or something. He says, George Soros hates humanity and seeks to rid the planet of humans except for rich eats. Oh, yeah, probably. He says, I believe that. He says, scary, right? Yeah. Yeah, Soros is, yeah, kind of a bitch, you know. But so are the Koch brothers, too. Like, you know, kind of a centrist. You got like Soros on one side and the Koch brothers on the other side, you know, funding all these like idiots that run the fucking government. Like George says, way back in the day, we brought in real people to play on top of the synclavier to make the music live. Ron says the Koch brothers are evil too. Yeah, pretty much, yeah. I'm kind of right in the middle, I was like a Bill Clinton, liberal in the 90s, and right now, like in today's environment, like that's right in the middle. Like Ron says, they're both funding protesters constantly as jobs to obstruct the other. Yeah, pretty much, yeah. All right, let's do this shot here. Kimpai, saludos, you know, l'chaim, all that good stuff. Bottoms up. Ron says, I'm a nobody. They all wish us harm or to exploit us. Pretty much, yeah. I mean, so I'm like fucking Irish. When the USA was founded, you know, people like me couldn't vote. The Irish people, no vote. they called us like drunks and all that stuff. Like, might have been right about that, but Sheepy says Belfour definitely was on the same stream of Junior Kimbrough. Yes, kind of like hill country, like northern Mississippi type of blues. Yeah. George says, one question for next time. Any Warren Zevon? And I don't think I know none of his stuff. Ron says, like a vote. I vote. It is futile here. He says, I don't vote. Yeah. Kind of futile in America too. I mean, really. like unless you're in a fucking swing state. The fix was in. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. The founding fathers of this country like made a big mistake when they created the electoral college, and so it's possible to win an election like without the popular vote in this country. Sheepy says sometimes can you play some Rosetta Tharpe? Got to learn some of her stuff. She was very good. You do need to learn like a few of her songs. Like, did it rain? Like stuff like that. Yeah. Played a Gibson SG. George says local up on voting. Mad Max says he'll do Kid Rock instead. Oh Jesus, no. Ron says Trump at least won the popular burp. Trump at least won the popular vote this time. Yeah. Yeah, he beat Kamala's ass. Yeah. Did get the popular vote. He says, here because of the time change, all the seats in the East Coast, by the time people vote here in the West Coast, with so little seats, it's always over before it starts. Oh, yeah. It's kind of like a parliamentary system in Canada, right? See, like South Park, showed me how Canada works. Like you go up there and like you go to the Wizard of Oz's palace, and like Saddam Hussein is back there, and it's like, I am the Prime Minister of Canada. I can do anything I want. I have to watch it, I guess. Like the South Park Christmas episode about Canada. But I've heard the new guy now, the new Prime Minister, pretty bad. Apparently, like very, very similar to Justin Trudeau. But Mad Max says that's all people out here listen to. Top 20 country. Oh yeah, pretty much like the same way around here in old Canada. Yeah, like fucking Skinnerd and country, and like wagon wheel and all that kind of stuff. George says Conway Twitty. Ooh, like lyrics. Like I could probably do you some Conway if I knew lyrics. I like some Conway Twitty. Kent Kearney says Hindu love gods. Warren Zevon Raspberry Beret is awesome. Ominous says Canada Irish Highlander Regiment. Hey, I'm fucking Irish. So he is Irish. He is. Who has seen the South Park episode of like their Christmas episode? Like that one time they kind of did like the Wizard of Oz, but instead of Oz they went to Canada, and and they found the wizard, and the guy behind the fucking curtain was Saddam Hussein, like 20 years ago, like something like that. It was like Scott, and like, oh no, fucking Scott, man, he's a dick, man. Ron says it's funny. Have they ever been a more impressed people than the Irish? And George says, F Canada, war? He says, not any really. Apparently, like up in Canada, like just one guy that everybody knows named Scott, and he's a dick and stuff. Like, just like a fucking South Park, like fucking on Canada and stuff. Like, you know. One more cigarette before we go. But I kind of wish I was in Canada right now. You know, about to get really hot down here. Kent says a boogie grass band, Conway Twitty, my favorite. Conway was real good. I saw the bus he died on because a bluegrass band bought it, like a bluegrass gospel band, like bought the bus that he died on. Ron says in Canada, we only have like enough ammo for a week of serious war. We literally sent all our arms to the Ukrainians. Damn. Wow. We got plenty here. Like, this is fucking like half our fucking tax money like goes to the military. Ron says it's real documented stuff. Shit. Yeah, that's pretty crazy. Come up here anytime, Ed. We will accommodate. Because, you know, like Canada, like, played a pretty big role in, like, D-Day and all that stuff. Like, you know, hitting the beach in Normandy. Giving away your fucking weapons and stuff. It's like literally all of our ammo. Damn. Now, Kent says, Canada at least had Bubbles with Rush closer to the heart. Good band there. Oh yeah. More of like a Guess Who guy myself. Sebastian says, all right, brother, I'm going to head to bed. I'm passing out in the chair. Thanks for another wicked night of awesome tunes and chat. You have a good one, Sebastian. Good to see you, man. He's up there in Canada, too. Ron says, we still have a strong military, but no ammo. Yeah, that's... He says, we can't make it fast enough for what they are sending there. Shit. But, yeah, once the cigarette goes out, probably get off of here. Like Ominous says, April wine. I like to rock. You mean like Avril Lavigne? Like not sure who you're talking about there. George says, burning one with the Ed. Cool. He says song. Okay, I'm not familiar with it. Sebastian says, April Wine, they were a rock group that formed in Nova Scotia in 1971. Okay, I'd never heard of them. Shit, have to look them up. They had that Nature of the Beast album that had popularity in the U.S. Okay, damn. Mad Max says, Kim Mitchell, have a soda. So they got some good tunes, Sebastian says. I need to look them up. Nova Scotia's like one of those poor provinces where they took the fucking American whiskey off the shelves. But you know, I could still make it, like, you know, still got Scotch. Like Ron says, I didn't even know that. He says, wow. George says, history, the French helped us in the Revolution. We got them back in World War II. Yep. Kent says, Nazareth is Canadian. I did not know that. I thought they were from like Pennsylvania or something. Oh, okay. Damn. Sebastian says, Nazareth was from Scotland. Okay. Like back in the day, like I used to know people who thought Nazareth was like the singer from Nazareth was the new guy for AC/DC, like Brian Johnson. But I don't think he sang for Nazareth. And of course, you know, AC/DC had like some Scottish heritage. Mad Max says, isn't Nazareth Scottish? Yeah, I thought they were American for some reason. Best Scottish band, probably The Exploited. Punk stuff, you know. Kent says, Nazareth Scottish. My mistake. My old man, like, I've had like redneck buddies that like could say like, yeah, that fucking singer for AC/DC, like he come from Nazareth. Kind of sounded similar, you know. And of course, you know, the AC/DC has like a Scottish guys in there, like from Australia, but Scottish, like in descent. George says, my Grandpa Paul was embedded in Paris, so soften things up before D-Day. Oh, that's cool, yeah. Ron says, the French surrender at the site of a German planning effort. Sporty. And they waved the white flag and waited for English Canadians and, of course, the fearless Americans to liberate them. Right. Yeah, welcome, France. Yeah. Ron says, I'm stuttering like my grandpa. Right. Yeah, all right. I'm out of tobacco and booze, and so I'll probably see y'all Saturday possibly, but if not, same bat time, same bat channel, 8:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Wednesday. George says, we owed them help. Yeah, I mean, you know, fascism was pretty fucking stupid. Like, pretty good idea to get rid of that. So yeah, good idea that we went over there. Frank Morgendorfer says, thanks, Ed. Ron says, she said that was a lie. Ominous says, got them old maps. Cool. Ron says, I would imagine the French say that, laugh my ass off. Yeah, right. Bunch of ingrates. George says, out, peace out. Ron says, night, Ed. You have a good night too, man. We'll play the fucking outro theme here. It's a background music off. George says, thanks for another great night, everyone. All right, y'all. See y'all next time. Possibly Saturday. Definitely Wednesday next week. So we'll end it right here.